Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Another Detroit win last night. We've been saying that for a while, considering no professional Detroit team has lost in the year 2025. But it has been a while since we could say this. At 19-18, the Pistons are officially a winning team. Last night, Detroit picked up their fifth straight win with a 113-98 victory over the Brooklyn Nets. That win also their eighth in their last 9 attempts. Won't be a long turnaround as they take action again tonight. They return to home court to take on the Golden State Warriors for a 7 p.m. tip-off. Pregame can be caught at 6:35 right here on 97.1. Warriors banged-up team, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, both currently listed as questionable. The Red Wings making a roster move yesterday after leaving Tuesday night's game. Alex Lyon's health is a bit of a concern for the team. Yesterday, goaltender Ville Husso was recalled from AHL Grand Rapids. As a result, defenseman Jeff Petrie was placed on injured reserve. The Wings set to take ice again tomorrow night against the worst team in the NHL by the numbers, the Chicago Blackhawks. Wings hunting for their 6th win in a row. Detroit's current hot streak has them 2 points out of a wild card spot. College football playoffs return tonight with the semifinals. Notre Dame meets Penn State. Tomorrow it is Ohio State and Texas. And finally, the tragic California wildfires continue to cause issues throughout the world of sports. Last night, the NHL delayed their game between the Kings and Calgary Flames. The Rose Bowl arena had to be evacuated, and the NFL, they continue to prepare for a scenario in which the Monday Night Football matchup of the Rams and Vikings in L.A. would be moved to a safer location. That game would be moved to Arizona if needed. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Poor timing for the Kings to be playing the Flames.
Oh, yeah, boy.
That's just not. No.
Boy, that
universe
that might be bad form to even make a joke out of that.
Bad sense of humor.
Goodness, who are you?
Universe with a bad sense of humor there. Good morning.
Universe and you.
It was in the update. I didn't have to think much there. It was.
You know what I was thinking was like, who cares about rescheduling sports? All these people are losing their homes and businesses, and you're thinking about
well, I mean, yeah,
terrible.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's inappropriate to think about rescheduling sports.
No, I know it's not, but sorry.
In hearing about all of these, because Lisa is from that area, and she is talking about how impactful this is on the neighborhoods that are there and all this stuff. And anyway, she's following a lot closer. And my instant reaction was when she said, "Hey, it's hitting Pasadena, the Rose Bowl."
Right?
Yeah. I mean, again. That's my interaction
the brain of a sports fan.
Yeah, it's the brain of a sports fan. Now, I didn't think about the matchup between the Flames.
I would also remind you that a game earlier this season involving the Hurricanes against the Lightning in Tampa was delayed because of a hurricane.
Correct, yes.
It's the weirdest thing, man. But yes, clearly we want to make sure everybody's okay out there. That's a scary scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Back to what matters most.
As we kick off the show today, good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. And we're going to get to the Thursday touchdown with some great storylines. College football playoff is back. NFL playoffs kick off this week. John, we broadcast to a city of winners. Good morning, winners.
Yeah, you wake up and we know that the Wings they're right there at 500, so we can't necessarily call them winners yet, even though recently they've been on the winning path. But we've got a basketball team that is above 500. How about that?
For the first time in Cade Cunningham's career, this deep in the season, they have a winning record.
So we talked, I don't even remember what we had mentioned at the beginning of the season, what we thought this team would be in terms of wins and losses. And was it 35? What was the over-under by Vegas? I don't even remember.
It wasn't even 30. This team's going to go over. Yeah.
Certainly they're going to go over, but I'm curious as to, and because of the remodel over here, I think I got rid of my fact or fiction that we did before the season, but they're going to surpass, I think, almost everyone's expectations in the first year of J.B. Bickerstaff. And did we underestimate the impact that he's going to have on this team, or is it the development of Cade? It's hard to separate the two. But this is year 4 or 5 of Cade?
4.
Okay, thank you.
We shouldn't soon forget how bleak this was in the summer. They're coming off the worst season in franchise history. Monty Williams has this albatross of a contract. There's very little shooting around Cade Cunningham. He maybe had his development stunted a little bit because of that and injuries. And you're thinking, when is this ever going to get any better? And John, it's been pretty much perfect since that point. Gore stepped up, give him credit, said, I'm buying out Monty Williams. I don't care how many tens of millions of dollars I have to pay. He's a disaster. We're going to hire a professional. We're going to hire a coach in J.B. Bickerstaff who elevated the Cavs to a 50-win team. We're going to give a guy, Cade Cunningham, real coaching and real floor spacing, a veteran in Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris. And, John, it's gone perfectly for them. This is as good as it could have gone for them. Their star is on the ascent. The coaching has taken hold. There's support around him. And I mean this in the best way possible. I'm excited they're going to lose their first-round pick. I don't know if people are aware of what's going to happen. If the Pistons finish, if they don't pick in the top 13, they give the pick to the Knicks.
Right.
And they owe it to them because of the draft day trade with Isaiah Stewart. It's been lingering and lingering and lingering, and as long as they're bad, it just lingers.
Thank you, Troy Weaver.
I don't care about losing a first-round pick. Yeah, thanks, Troy Weaver. I don't care about losing the first-round pick. I want to see some progress.
Yeah.
And this is progress.
Is there a draft, unless you have the top pick or top one or two picks, depending on the year, that you really don't care that much about the draft pick?
John,
I don't know that there's another sport other than maybe hockey where you're thinking, okay, anything past the second round, you're like, whatever. We'll see in 5 years. But to lose it for the Pistons, it's a coin flip.
Well, they're not winning these lotteries anyway.
No, and I would much rather have a team that is fun to watch, exciting, intriguing, and winning.
I will say this. If you are in the top 13, you do have a chance at flag. And it is as minimal as it can get, but you have a chance. You got to have a ping pong ball to win, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be franchise altering. This draft has what some people think is a unicorn. Not every draft has a unicorn. All I'm saying, I
know what you're saying, and I'm just trying to, as a person who has endured many a lottery and not won any of them.
Whoa. Because we have won the lottery, and we're talking about Cade Cunningham and his development in year 4. Like, let's not gloss over the fact everybody keeps saying we have no lottery luck. Well, we've won the lottery.
Yeah, I'm just kidding here to a joke. I mean, seriously, I'd rather have the Pistons win 35 to 40 games, get in the playoff game, than have a 1% chance at winning the lottery.
Okay, I can't say they've never won the lottery. Fair correction. I guess I'm just looking at the Victor Wembanyama draft coming off the worst season in franchise history. Like, they've had so many bad seasons and they pick 5th. The idea that they would win the lottery picking 13th, at that point, win a couple more games, be in the play-in, be in the playoff.
Yeah.
I'll give up the pick at that point to see a team that's actually turning the corner. And John, if you watched last night or if you've watched this year, they're turning the corner. They're now 19-18. No Detroit team has lost in 2025. That's why I say
keep running.
You're Detroit, the year of the winners.
Greg was just waiting for that one for the past 40 minutes. He has been just waiting for that.
So
because I asked the question in the room there, who in the United States of America, which sports town has it better than us right now? And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone. Now, we mentioned it. I don't know if the Pistons end up making the postseason. Don't know if the Wings do. We know that there was a great run by the Tigers, and it's all spearheaded. The feeling around the city of Detroit, the way that we feel about our sports teams, is all spearheaded by the Lions. Like, this is a football town. And sports fans, in large part, football is king. So you have a number 1 seed, you're going to automatically be bumped near the top of that list. Then you throw in the Tigers. You throw in what the Pistons are doing and the Wings, the excitement that they've had since McClellan has been, named the head coach. Like, there is not a town in the U.S. of A. that has it better than us right now. And when I said that, obviously Greg said, "Oh, we've got audio for that."
So what you're really asking is,
Yes.
Who's got it better than us? Yeah. Tom, you were saying we were going to gloss over something there?
And where's the people right now that want to trade Cade? Remember that? Remember those people?
Same
people
that
didn't think the Lions would win 14 games.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
or the same that want to trade a pitcher?
The jury's out on that. I think a crucial thing that's going to transpire for the rest of the Pistons season, beyond them continuing to win or flirt with the playoffs, is does Cade stay healthy?
Yeah.
Because we're at a fork in the road here. Everybody thinks he's injury prone. Everybody thinks he can't play a whole season. Well, if he does, humongous sign. And we've compared a little bit in the past to what Stafford went through the first couple of years of his career.
Yep.
Was he injury prone or was it coincidence?
Yeah, because he was durable after that.
Yeah.
And if Cade gets his feet under him, right?
Yep.
A couple years in the NBA, you bulk up, you get used to the rigors of playing 82 games.
Well, and you have a coach that takes care of you like JB did last night. All right,
Yeah.
it's not load management because Cade played, but as you start to pull away from an opponent, Cade only played 23 minutes last night because you always look, okay, who's the leading scorer? And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Cade Cunningham. But then you look and you say, okay, well, the bench had a great day. 50-20, the bench outscored the Brooklyn bench.
All right, and they did what they're supposed to do last night. If they're a playoff team, you win. You beat that team,
Yeah.
right? And how about a little credit to Tom Gores? Seriously.
But yeah, Cookies mentioned that
Well,
earlier.
I know, but the fact is where a lesson can be learned, maybe from the ownership of the Red Wings and the Tigers, is
Cut your losses.
if you don't have your coach, get rid of them. Pay them out and buying out people, Javi.
I think it's pretty clear. That's what we said the day Monty was bought out is, hey, wait, this is allowed. You can do this. And it has been a positive for the Pistons.
It takes a lot for a guy who has a big ego, probably as an owner, and a successful businessman to say, I'm going to throw away $60-some million.
Yeah.
Well, what's a bigger hit on the ego? Making a bad decision in terms of money, which he has lots of, or watching the team that you own be have the worst season in franchise history?
Well, it shows me, as much as people made fun of him at times, that he does care.
Yep.
And that he does want to win, and he's going to correct a situation immediately and not let Monty linger into Christmas and potentially. Do you think this team would have 19?
No.
No,
So?
not at all.
No.
Maybe that's the whole thing.
No, they'd still be starting Killian Hayes. Killian Hayes would still be starting if Monty Williams is here. That's a real thing we all endured, guys. Jaden Ivey on the pine so Killian Hayes could start and play 35 minutes. We all endured this together. How quickly we forget. No, they wouldn't be here if Monty Williams was still
I
the
hope
coach.
Champion's listening.
Or yeah, well,
Why?
I'm just messing.
Was Champion a big Killian Hayes guy? I mean, he wants the team to win too, right? I mean, JB Bickerstaff's been a great addition.
no. Champion just wants his team to have a little time, which we've given him.
There you go. We got some football later in the hour. It is football season. Playoff season is here. Some ticket text responding to the start of the show. And coming up next, something that you learned moving, John.
Oh, yeah. It's been interesting. Anyway, you mentioned football fans. You mentioned the fact that the playoffs are here tonight. The first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football. We'll start with the college game tonight, end on Monday night with the professional game. And FanDuel is celebrating with a great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. And if you want to play all 5, you're going to have to start tonight. With a no-sweat SGP, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger payout. And if it doesn't hit, you're going to get your bonus bets back. So not only do we have do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, that's also 5 chances to win big. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to be part of the epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required as well. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, winners.
It's a butt kicking, yeah.
Pistons win. That's 5 in a row. Wings have won 5 in a row. Lions haven't lost in the new year. The city of Detroit, bunch of winners in 2025.
Get the starters out. What they did.
They were up big enough they could just kind of let off a little bit at the end.
Let's coast. We're good.
How about that? And people might not realize as they wake up this morning, the Pistons are playing so well they may lose their first-round pick. And I don't say that as a bad thing. It would mean they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
They owe it to the Knicks at some point. Turn the corner.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. Just win.
And take all of the things that come with it.
I don't need another lottery that they end up falling.
Lose. Yeah.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. John, texter says L.A. has a better sports town than we do right now. 2 playoff football teams and the Dodgers who won the World Series.
Yeah, but L.A. doesn't have the sports fans like we have here. They just simply don't. How many times do we talk about teams going to L.A. and taking over SoFi, whether it's the Chargers or the Rams? It doesn't matter.
Texter says, are you guys kidding me right now? We're throwing a party for 2 teams over 500, shaking my head.
No, we're not throwing it's in conjunction with the number 1 seed in the NFC, the Detroit Lions, along with what the Tigers did. Let's not forget, I don't know if the Tigers can repeat it. I don't know if they will. We could talk about ownership and Scott Harris, but what the Tigers did was so much fun, and it hadn't happened it happened one other time in 100 years.
Is it Bickerstaff getting the full potential, or that Monty Williams was a terrible coach, or is it both? It's both.
It's both.
And texter says, are the people who wanted Cade traded the same that came up with a fish to not talk about local teams? Or maybe the same people who said they couldn't win when Hutch went down? Well, hold on. We came up with the fish, walleye.
Oh, yeah.
But we never said trade Cade. This is a pro-Cade show.
Right. Never said trade Cade. We weren't trade Scooble. We weren't, any of this stuff. So it's, hey, people hear what they hear.
I know. And we may have been alluding to a different show. All right, John, you moved.
Yes, I did.
And you learned something.
Yeah. Oh, I learned that I was carrying way more around in my pocket than I really ever thought I was. And I'm talking about my keys. And quick to get to the keys. It's not keys to the game. This is the keys to... Yes, I've answered that. Anyway, as I turned over the house keys to the new owner, I looked at the ones that were... And I put the house keys on for the new house. Mm-hmm. I looked and I'm like... Wait a second. What is this key for? What is this key for? And I eventually was able to come to the conclusion that I had a key. So in the back of my truck, right, I've got a lock. Whenever I put the Yeti in the back, right, I've got a lock that locks it in the back of my truck so that nobody can, walk away with it. So I had a key for that. I had a key for, we have a storage unit that is used for storage before you guys go there. And I got a key for that lock. Had a key for a gun safe, had a key for a lot of different things. And I thought, why am I carrying all these keys around? Because maybe once a year do I need some of them. Others I haven't used in a long time. And like the one for the Yeti in the back of my truck, why don't I just leave that one in my glove box? And then when I need it, there it is. And
so you consolidated?
I've consolidated, yes. I basically have I have 2 keys on my key ring now. I've got one I have an office at home that I do lock. And I also have a key for the house and my truck key. Right. So I carry 3.
But that's more of a fob probably for your truck.
It is, yes. And nobody I don't like not having a key that I actually put in the ignition. The push button annoys me. Yeah. But how many why not? How many keys do you guys have? Have you ever gone through the inventory and said, you know what, why am I carrying this key? What is this key even for?
No, I don't have keys.
At all?
I recently, it was in the past 2 years that I got locked out of the house.
Stoney said the same thing.
I had somebody come over and we had a keysmith or whatever come make is that what they're called?
A house key? Yeah. A locksmith.
Locksmith.
Keysmith, yes.
They made a house key for us and now I do, but it's not even on my key ring.
Where is it?
It's probably in my purse somewhere, maybe in my car.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Well, you carry a purse, yes. Yeah. Dudes have pockets, no man bags. We have pockets.
I don't have any keys.
I have one key with my car key. It's the house key.
The house
and
key.
That's it.
Yeah.
But I used to, John, to your point, 2 moves ago. I had like old keys to like my parents' house in Livonia. They've since moved. I'm sure they've switched the locks. You collect keys.
You had a key from a house, a childhood home that you haven't lived in.
They
in
don't
a
even
decade.
live in. No.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because you collect these things
But you
until
guys carry
you
them in your pockets. Why do you want all that jingling
I don't
around?
want it. Which is why I've consolidated. Does anybody carry like a big key ring anymore?
No, not
Flip it
unless
to
it's,
their, like,
it's
a
not unless it's for
carabiner?
work. Yeah.
No.
I used to do that because when I was playing and I always had broken fingers, like I didn't want to put my hand in my pocket, so I would have a like one of the carabiners on my front belt loop.
We're used to things jiggling around.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I forgot.
No, I'm not going to play it.
Let's go to news.
Let's get
Thank
to the
you.
news.
Yes.
In more serious news, what is going on right now in LA is absolutely devastating. If you've seen the photos, seen the videos, it brings tears to your eyes. It is heartbreaking. And then you think about all these families who are affected and the kids. Like the parents have to be strong, right? So that their kids aren't affected by everything that's going on. And you have to figure out how you're going to tell the children that, I'm sorry, your school is leveled. Our home was just burnt to the ground. Like, it is absolutely devastating. Multiple wind fuel wildfires are just blazing right now. As of Wednesday night, 7 fires were burning. More than 1,000, which I'm sure is higher now, buildings have been destroyed. At least 5 people have died. That is expected to rise as well. More than 100,000 people were under mandatory evacuations. More than 3 million without power in LA as of Wednesday afternoon. And unfortunately, the fires are being pushed by these Santa Ana winds from the east, and officials are warning that the worst is yet to come. And when you hear that and you see the devastation, it's like, how can this get any worse? It is so, so sad. The latest fire broke out in the Hollywood Hills area. That's where, the Hollywood sign is. Have you guys been to LA?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been there probably more times than I can count. And it's, these areas when you see them listed, it's like, I've been there, I've eaten there, I've walked these streets. So it's so sad. And then, I see it on social media because I follow celebrities, and all of these celebrities are losing their homes, and a lot have been
JJ
impacted.
Redick talked about it. And I was watching the USC and Indiana basketball game last night. They're playing in Bloomington, and the announcers were talking about the coaches, the coaching staff, the recruiting, and a lot of the players who, do actually come from that area where they had, high school teammates that were losing their homes. They had, friends, family that are being evacuated. It's unbelievable.
It is so, so sad. And it happened very quickly. And some people didn't have a lot of time or a lot of notice to evacuate. So it's you grab your kids, you grab your dog, and you go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of time for people to take everything they
have
own.
you seen how fast it's traveling?
It is so, so, so sad. It's wild. In not so sad news, Amon-Ra St. Brown is doing something really cool with the Rochester Bakery that made him a full-size cake, right? Made him into a full-size cake doing that headstand. So not only is he going to stop by...
Did you go see how big the cake is?
I haven't been down yet, but I've seen it's pretty little, but it's
tiny. Yeah.
But it's really cool nonetheless. No, I haven't seen it yet. I am gonna go down. I've seen photos.
We need a picture of Colin standing next to the cake.
The cake is up high, though.
Can he do a handstand next to?
He can do a headstand, but
okay, put him next to the window.
The window is not on the ground.
Platform.
It's not on a platform, but it's like there's brick, and then the window starts, right? So it's not like you
we'll
can
bring
actually,
him like a little stool.
Maybe
See if he
we
can
can
levitate.
get him inside the bakery and ask if he can stand just right next to
Perfect.
right next to the cake. Anyway, not only is he going to go and visit the home bakery in downtown Rochester, but he's also doing a contest, and this is what is so cool. Anybody who makes a purchase at the bakery between January 13th and the 16th will be entered to win tickets to the divisional round playoff game next week. You just have to buy anything. So get your foot in the door. Go get a donut, a cupcake, a cookie, whatever your heart desires. Order a cake. I don't care. The winner will be announced on January 17th.
This is one we're not excluded from either. We could actually win some tickets.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what's so cool is just
Costa would sell them.
the tickets or the cake.
Both.
I just bought a cake here. Buy it for more.
I only get cookies.
He would. Wouldn't you? Finally, Jahmyr Gibbs ended the second NFL season with a bang. He was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after scoring 4 touchdowns, obviously to help the team beat the Vikings on Sunday night. Pretty darn cool.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, this is the time of year where everybody wants to start something new. You got a vision for what you want to look like this summer. And we talk about losing weight. We talk about getting in shape. If you want to feel your strongest, have your best version of yourself this year, stop into Planet Fitness. It's affordable, $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. And they've got new machines. They're updating their clubs all around Metro Detroit because there's 50 of them in Metro Detroit. There's 15 of them in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. If you want access to all of those clubs as well as 2,600 clubs nationwide, then upgrade to the Black Card membership. You do have unlimited guest privileges, so you can take somebody with you. You have access to any of them that you want to go to. And I mentioned some of those machines and cardio equipment. Listen to the stack of equipment that they have. They've got free weights. They've got machines, cable towers, mist machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters. They got something for everyone. And if you are up to that Black Card membership, you also have access to the Black Card Spa, which includes hydro massage and other innovative amenities. There's so much going on there. Have some fun with it. You must be 18 years old to enroll, or if you're 13 to 17, you got to have a parent or guardian. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out theplanetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or at the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That is Planet Fitness.
college football playoff, NFL playoffs. It's the Thursday touchdown.
Alrighty, 5 straight days of college football playoff or NFL playoff games. It's going to be awesome. The college football playoff resumes tonight with Notre Dame facing Penn State at the Orange Bowl. Then tomorrow night we got Ohio State facing Texas at the Cotton Bowl. What matchup would provide the best national championship game in your eyes?
I believe it would be Notre Dame and Ohio State.
Seriously?
Well, I do. And so some of it's recency bias, right? We all remember, 23 when Ryan Day announced and proclaimed that his team was tough. Like, I want to see more Lou Holtz versus Ryan Day. Like, go after the old guy. Like, continue your demise, in terms of PR. But from 95 to 23, they have matched up 6 different times. Ohio State has won all 6. And I just think, as much as all 4 of these teams, there's reasons why I don't want any of them to win. Somebody is going to win. Marcus Freeman is a guy that I can get behind, and obviously Lloyd Sun is a quarterback there. So I'm looking deep down the list of reasons why I would want someone to win this. And as a Wolverine, saying Notre Dame and Ohio State to play a championship game really hurts.
I'm proud of you. You were able to kind of set the Wolverine stuff aside. It is the best matchup. 2 iconic Midwest brands. Marcus Freeman against the school he played for. Ryan Day, can he win the big one? And the football matchup. Notre Dame has the #1 pass efficiency defense against that OSU passing attack. That's your best championship.
Yep. I do think an Ohio State Penn State would be good for the Big Ten. I mean, there would be some bragging rights there.
But then let's talk about 2. Because,
well, wait a minute here. I was just going to say one other thing about this. Nobody said Texas Penn State would seem like the weirdest matchup. I don't think they've played in my life. Greg is right about that. He knows. Like, instantly he knows. I knew it. That's why I went there, because I knew Greg would be able to answer that. Very unique matchup. All right. Who has the most to gain if they win the national championship? Now, this might be easy on the surface, but think about it. Ryan Day, James Franklin, Steve Sarkisian, or Marcus Freeman?
Ryan Day has the most to lose. But the guy who has the most to gain is the person who never wins a big game ever, and that's James Franklin. Big game, James, unironically, he has the most to win.
Same thing, James Franklin. Ryan Day, even if he wins, there's going to be a part of that lunatic fan base that's going to say, well, you've lost to Michigan 4 years in a row. We still want a new coach. And they would have just won the national championship. Like, I don't know that he can actually gain enough by winning a national championship. It sounds unbelievable to say out loud. James Franklin, if there's anyone I want to win less, I'm not sure if it's Ryan Day or James Franklin, but James Franklin has the most to gain. Since he signed that big contract extension, was it 9 years, $90 million, or 10 years, whatever it was, we were actually there a week or 2 after that, and that fan base was so disappointed that they were stuck with James Franklin for nearly another decade. He certainly has the most to gain.
Well, Franklin would beat 2 straight top 10 teams, which would seem like a miracle.
Yeah, miracles do happen.
With Day, if he wins, it just further maybe cements that the rivalry doesn't matter like it used to a degree. I mean, that's where college football is going, is turning into the NFL. Who cares if the Lions lose to the Packers in the regular season as long as you win a championship?
Who loses in that? It's the college football fan loses in that.
Right. And then I do think, don't underestimate the gain for Marcus Freeman. He would go down in Notre Dame lore. When you win national championships at Notre Dame, you're legend. And he would have job protection for quite a while. All right, so many people deserve credit for the Lions turnaround. Let's have some fun here and do an Olympic medal stand. Who gets the gold, silver, and bronze medals for the Lions turnaround the last 4 years?
All right, so one of these I thought a little bit outside the box, and I'm sure, because we talked about this yesterday, somebody's going to be left off the medal stand. I get it. I don't care. The gold medal goes to Dan Campbell because he is the one that has set the culture. He was brought in before Brad Holmes. Now, the relationship between those guys, that's why I've got Brad Holmes as the silver, because of what he has done in the draft, how he has built this roster, how those 2 guys have worked together. The symbiotic relationship has been unbelievable. It's hard to even imagine that a GM is hired after a coach and they've been able to work together like this. But so gold for Dan, silver for Brad. Here's where I went outside the box because part of it has to be done on the field. That culture has to be accepted by the players. It has to be personified by a player, and that player is Frank Ragnow. He's tough. He's gritty. He doesn't care how much it hurts. He's playing with a torn pec. He has all season long. So Frank he gets the bronze.
The debate for gold is between Campbell and Holmes, and I went Dan Campbell with the gold medal because we've seen great players be drafted in Detroit and be squandered. You need a structure, you need a culture. That has to help even the lesser players elevate their game. So
Boots
Campbell's
on the ground.
Yeah, boots on the ground. Campbell's gold, Holmes is silver. And I went Sheila with the bronze. I think she had to step up in a big way and step out of the way, but then also stand by these guys while they struggled early.
I would go Sheila gold, because nothing changes unless she's willing to change and put her pride aside. Then she went and talked to the guy and got the advice from the guy who said this is the way you need to do things, and that's Chris Spielman. So he would get the silver, and I give the bronze to Brad Campbell. Like that?
Yeah.
All right.
Cheater.
Thursday touchdown. Exactly. The Thursday touchdown speculated about 6 weeks ago that Jahmyr Gibbs have become the Lions' feature back. He has carried the load, and now Montgomery might be back for the next game. How should the Lions handle this situation? Who starts? Who gets the goal line carries?
Gibbs is more dynamic. He's more dangerous. He should get about 65% of the touches. Montgomery, the other 35. And I think short yardage, David Montgomery is still your hammer.
I go back to the same way. Who starts? It's Knuckles. Put him out there, set the tone. We talked about how much he sets the tone. And then in terms of the percentages, I go probably 65 Gibbs just to continue to protect David Montgomery just a little bit, but put him out there and go with what has worked for so much over the last 2 years, but certainly this year.
All right, the Vikings, Commanders, Packers, Chargers, Steelers, and Broncos all open on the road this weekend. 4 teams have won 3 road playoff games and gone on to win the Super Bowl. Which of this year's 6 road teams could pull off this feat?
So I looked at the options, and I said, okay, who's got the best quarterback of the bunch? That's Justin Herbert. Who's got a coach that has actually gone on the road and won an NFC championship game? That's Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, my gosh, you're doing this?
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, okay, no.
Twice in an hour.
Yeah, no, that was actually Jack. Thanks, Jack. And I appreciate you finding Jack versus Jim on that one. But so I'm going to go with the Chargers, and because the Steelers, Packers, Commanders, Vikings, like you've got young quarterbacks, unproven quarterbacks. You've got guys there that, and I don't think any of these ones do it, but the best chance is the Chargers.
I hate that we keep agreeing. I think Herbert's the best quarterback of that group. I really do. And I think they finally provided him structure, a run game, a defense. And you're right, the coach matters. Harbaugh's done this, and they can go in as an underdog and win the first game, which is the first step in pulling this off.
Yeah, I think you go there. Maybe you could give a slight lean to the Broncos, too, just because Sean Payton's done it. And they're playing really, really good. They're balanced. They have good defense. And they're, would play the Chiefs for a third time, like the Chargers, so division foe. I do think the Chargers going into Arrowhead could be pretty sneaky.
Yeah.
Both games against the Chiefs this year, the Chargers gave up under 20 to them.
Yeah.
They were pretty tight games. So I think you guys got that one. You nailed it. 18 teams are sitting at home as the NFL playoffs begin. Which of these 18 teams had the most disappointing season?
Oh, this was easy to me. It was the team who had the passing leader and touchdown leader, the sack leader, and a wide receiver who won the Triple Crown. They also played a 4th-place schedule, and they missed the playoffs. I'm talking about Joe Burrow's Cincinnati Bengals.
You need to get out of my head. I agree. Cincinnati. They started off 0-3, and they couldn't find any footing until they got to about week 12 where they played the Cowboys. They finally started to find a rhythm. Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, Steelers, all wins to end the season. And you look at those opponents and say, well, they should beat those opponents if you got Joe Burrow. But it's just been so disappointing. And the disappointing thing has come on defense. The sack leader and Trey Hendrickson, disappointing.
I cannot believe that Casa did not say the Jets, especially when they were 6-2 at the bye. Tyreek Hill refused to play on Sunday, then made it sound after the game on Sunday that he wants out of Miami. If Hill is traded, what team would be the ideal fit?
You know what? I didn't go with the ideal fit for okay, where would he be best served? How could he best utilize his talents? I went with the team that has made horrible decisions. There's two of them to pick from, and I think I'll send him to a team in Ohio, Cleveland. Like you signed Deshaun Watson, you have to live with that. Then you signed Tyreek Hill. This just would fit. Especially if they trade for him, they won't take the full cap hit because of what they're dealing with Deshaun Watson's contract. I think he belongs in Ohio, and he belongs in Cleveland.
Yeah, I have no sympathy for a guy who left winning to take money and now is bummed that he's not winning.
Me.
Right division, wrong team.
Oh.
If Baltimore doesn't win it, don't they add him?
Oh, come on. You went with where he would actually be best served.
Tried to answer the question, John.
I don't know. I was actually thinking of best served. You might go back to your answer a few questions ago.
Chargers?
Yeah. Put
Harbaugh
him if you have good soldier Tyreek Hill who's focused on doing the right things and playing to win, and the way Harbaugh loves to run the football, but you put a dynamic speedster in that with a guy that's got a gun at quarterback.
Sure.
Whoo.
Again, the two teams that I think are more deserving, Cleveland is certainly one. The Jets would be two. Yes. They decide not to hire Spielman, and they run it back with Aaron Rodgers. Give them Tyreek Hill and Adams, and just watch it burn.
How about if he just goes to Tennessee? Then everybody can at least have one Tennessee Titan in their fantasy league.
There you go. And that is your Thursday touchdown. No love for Tony Pollard, huh? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random dork you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Couple quick ticket texts, and then we got to get to some business happening at the office. Off Thursday touchdown, texter says, I have a tie for all the medals. So they're cheating, essentially. Sheila and Chris Spielman with the gold, Holmes and Campbell with the silver, Goff and Sewell with the bronze.
All right, yeah, if you want to include six
players.
people.
Why don't you make it three-way ties and cram in a few more?
Yeah.
And then this is a fun note. Mike in Waterford, he says, since August 5th, the Tigers, Wings, and Pistons are 89 and 61, 60% win percentage. City of winners.
Yep.
And we've given the stat. They haven't lost in 2025.
That's right. Yep. It just goes to show you can make numbers say pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah.
Stats are stats.
All right, we got 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Hopefully it's better than the first 2 Grand Slam of the year.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to say we're just going to have a redo.
Okay, this is the
Yeah,
first
this
one.
is going to
Yeah.
be like the first one.
If you're going to call, make sure you have good cell service.
Don't mute yourself if you're on the phone.
Understand how to use your.
Finish the 60 seconds.
Like, say something,
Yeah.
guess or pass. Don't waste your time.
Yeah.
So that is at 7:25. We have a bit of an office etiquette issue here, John.
Oh, this is, and it's not just our office. It is every office, not just in Detroit or in Michigan or in this country. It is a worldwide issue. That is reply all. When the boss sends out a, congratulations to a one group or an individual, and the amount of people that reply all, because they want not only the boss to know that they recognize what was being said, they want everybody else to know, hey, I'm brown nosing, and I'm going to make sure everybody understands that I recognize this, and I am going to reply so that not only the boss, but everybody understands I'm employee of the month.
So the latest example of this for us, Heather, you had it in your news the other day. Chris Villar, who you hear doing updates on our station, he and his wife welcomed a new baby.
Yeah, congrats to them.
awesome. Yes.
Very
Yeah.
exciting news.
Which is the same sentiment every individual is going to have.
Yes.
Congratulations, Chris, to you, your wife, your beautiful baby daughter. I don't need to get that. I don't need to get 50 replies in my email.
Send it just to Chris.
Yes,
Yeah.
if it's meaningful, you just single out the person and you send them a message.
I don't need to signal, virtual or what do they call it? Virtue signal. Everyone that I'm a good person. I'm going to reply to this.
I mean, look, if there's anything like that, that's the thing about this example, the birth of a baby. Everybody's kind of interested, wants to see a picture. It doesn't mean you have to reply all still.
Chris, of the baby.
I mean, what else? What are you supposed to reply? Your life's over when you have kids.
Yeah. Yeah. No more golf for you, pal.
I mean, look, it's like I don't understand why you hit all. I mean, once in a while somebody makes a mistake and hits reply all. That's a completely different thing. But
It's the same people all the time.
It's the same cast of characters. And once, somebody with the initials JH around here replies all, it's on. It's like I only know who that person is because of reply all. So I don't
Look, I'm not going to read all of these emails on the air, but someone did just say congrats. Reply all, congrats.
Right.
At that point, why?
Yeah.
So everyone can see you.
Yeah.
That's what that's about.
look
I
at
know.
me.
Then you reply to that one, ditto.
And now our emails are getting blown up with nonsense.
Yeah, we get enough emails for actual work things. And if you want to reply, just reply to the individual.
Yeah, that's personal. That's nice. That's thoughtful. There's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that.
So is this one of the more annoying things that happens in the workplace? Because keeping up with the email inbox sometimes, that's some people let emails just grow. I don't. I have to keep mine somewhat organized. It's
Sure.
because there's too much coming in that matters and then doesn't matter. And
then when you reply all, it's like it brings back, for some reason, all of the emails that you've already deleted.
right. And the other thing too is like in the post-COVID world where we're all kind of just doing things all day long, but you're not really in the office
Right.
at 9 to 5. You're kind of just managing.
It's the supercomputer in your pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh, notification, and all of a sudden, somebody named Jim Hughes is saying congratulations. I mean, why do I need to see that? Why do you need to bother me?
Where are you at on reply all? Are you one of these guys that does this? And what are the
Or
most
gals.
annoying?
It's
Or
not
gals.
just dudes.
That's fine.
Now
I
we
meant
have-
guys is a gender-neutral term, John, but
Oh,
okay, sure.
All right.
We have Dustin Fiocco in doing updates. How come you haven't replied all yet? Common sense?
Well, I mean, I saw when 20 people did it. I thought the 21st one wouldn't mean that much.
That's a great point.
You're correct. But yes, and here's the other thing too is, because the initial email comes out and it just says it's labeled Detroit, right? So everybody here gets the announcement, which I was excited to get. I wanted to see and hear when Chris had the baby. But if you don't know, because we are on the company email, all you have to do is start typing in their name and their email immediately pops up. So just send a fresh email to that individual.
Like, I would love to know, like, what our market manager thinks of the reply. Because usually when she sends something out, like asking for brainstorming stuff, please send directly to me.
Right.
So I know Jimmy doesn't like them, but
Well, Debbie may have been one of the culprits in here if you really scroll through. I think she hit the reply all as well. So, 248-539-9797.
I don't remember her doing that very often.
No, I
though.
can't remember that either.
That's
but
why
I just,
a birth
I
of
have
a
it in front
baby
of
is
me.
a fine line because it is such a good thing for somebody.
Oh,
And,
we're so happy for Chris.
Now-
That's not what this is about.
and then Chris did reply also. He reignited this,
Right.
but he replied
even
all with
more
a
so.
picture. So
Well, that's
but
helpful.
okay, so
Yes.
so he's allowed to do that in this situation. Hey, I'm going to send it out to everybody because I'm not going to type in everyone's email. I'm just going to reply all because it was sent to everyone. So then when that happens, now instead of actually having to search for his email, you have it. Just reply to the individual.
This is not about Chris and the baby. This is about the reply all behavior that happens at our office and a lot of your offices out there. So we want to know, what are those annoying office things that you deal with? And this is probably one of them.
Here's what's worse.
What?
Is at least the way I have my email set up, when I hit reply, it only goes to the person that was being sent. You actually have to select reply all.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you scroll all the way down and select reply all?
right. And one other side note here, maybe question out there for people if you've experienced. What's the most awkward reply all?
Oh,
Ever.
like an accidental one that you should not have done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's collect those. We'll get some phone calls and ticket text.
It's probably the one you brought up. Your life is over. Yeah. Reply all.
Yeah.
You're great, new dad.
Just wait until you start changing diapers.
Yeah. Yeah. The expense of diapers.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Get a little on your hand. That's
97.1.
Tonight is the first of a 5-day stretch of nonstop playoff football. It all begins with the college football playoffs hosting the semifinal matches. Notre Dame and Penn State take the field tonight, while Ohio State and Texas meet tomorrow. Then the NFL begins their wildcard weekend on Saturday. Those matches include the Chargers and Texans, followed by the Ravens and Steelers. Sunday, the Bills host the Broncos. Packers face the Eagles. Bucks welcome in the Commanders. Finally, your Monday matchup, the Matthew Stafford-led Rams take on the Minnesota Vikings. If both NFC favorites of Tampa Bay and Philadelphia win their games, Detroit would play the winner of the Rams-Vikings game in the next round. But a bit of unfortunate circumstances surrounding that game, set to take place in Los Angeles. The tragic LA wildfires may pose a problem to that game. If the area is deemed unsafe, that meeting will be moved to Arizona. Last night, the Pistons improved to 19-18, winning their game over the Brooklyn Nets. That win, their 5th in a row and their 8th in their last 9 attempts. Tonight, they play the second of a back-to-back, returning to home court against Golden State. That game slotted for a 7:10 tip-off. You can catch the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Finally, the Red Wings also winning as of late. No Detroit team losing in the year 2025, as a matter of fact. They take the ice again against Chicago Blackhawks tomorrow. Detroit making a move by calling Ville Husso up from AHL yesterday, and defenseman Jeff Petrie being placed on injured reserve. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
It's happened again in the office. One of those reply all emails that just does not stop. And this is over something nice. We congratulated Chris Villar and his wife on beautiful
Right.
baby girl.
I don't think there was anybody that wasn't happy for him.
Of course.
This is by default, congratulations. But if you're going to reply to the individual.
Personalize it.
Yeah.
Don't just, hey, look at me. I'm joining in on the, I want to be seen. Reply all.
Hey, I'm better than you.
Texter says, other annoying office faux pas. The person who reheats fish from last night's dinner to eat for lunch, kneel in a car.
At least, I agree, but at least our microwave is in the very back of the building, so we don't have to, smell it.
I think anything like bad smells, food, stealing food, stuff with food falls into this category too.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Chad in South Lyon. Chad, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Okay, so I'm a teacher in a local school district, and about 8 years ago, this was a huge problem, and I figured out a way to fix it. So what I started doing is every time someone hit a reply all, I would hit a reply all and send a picture of a heart. And then after a while, people started realizing what I was doing. So no one wanted to get the reply all heart. It totally eliminated reply all in our whole district.
So you were trolling them, and they knew it.
Yes. And so at first everybody's like, what are you doing? And then they started realizing, then they started laughing, and then no one wanted to get the reply all heart. That's what it's known as in our district.
You're a true leader. That's what true leaders do. They put a stop to something that's going on with a nice spin. That is a great move.
Chad, we salute you. Appreciate the phone call. Let's get to Chris and Novi. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Love your show. Listen every morning. Thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Reply all is the worst thing ever. I will say it creates this undue tension amongst people, too, because then there's always the people that are like, well, I can't be the only one that didn't reply now, so I have to say congrats. And that's when you get the 500 emails.
Right.
But I will say one thing in my own defense is I use Outlook for work. And the thing that sucks about Outlook is if there's multiple people on the email, it defaults to reply all. So you actually have to go in and select the reply only to the person. And I have sent a couple reply alls by mistake. And then I'm super embarrassed and it sucks. And I should probably get the heart that the guy before me sent.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Reply to sender only.
Reply to sender. Yes.
Chris,
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
the phone
Love
call.
the show.
Appreciate you listening. Julie's in Oak Park. Julie, you're next up.
Happy New Year, guys. Let's go Lions.
Let's go Lions.
My pet peeve is when people do not use the subject line. I work quality assurance, so it's really important that I know what the hell somebody's talking about. And I'll just get these emails with no subject line, multiple people involved, and then I have to scroll the entire email to figure out what they're talking about.
You know what? It's amazing, too, because I don't know. There are certain engines that you use that won't even allow you to, like as soon as you hit send, it will tell you, hey, there's nothing in the subject line.
Yeah. This is possible. People, that's why it's there. Use it to tell somebody what the subject is about. Or if it's urgent, people don't tell you, you just end up with 50 emails that are urgent and you didn't even know it.
Mm-hmm. Without even knowing what's in there.
Yeah, sometimes it's an active choice
Correct.
to
Let's
send
go
without
Lions.
one. Go
Yep,
Lions,
go
Julie.
Lions. Yep.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
We're talking Lions coming up at 7:35. The latest news on the coaching search and general manager search. Another Lions name that we have to keep an eye on.
The other thing about the reply all, it's like there are certain individuals, it's a race to reply first.
Yep.
And it's just another virtue signal. Well, I care more about this email, our company, or this individual than anyone else.
Jared in Jackson texts us and says, my old job used to send out happy birthday emails or anniversary emails in the morning. I would look mid-morning and be surprised 30 or 40 emails from people all replying, saying the same thing. Biggest pet peeve, good Lord.
Mm-hmm. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy 3-year work anniversary. Happy birthday.
Yeah, the work anniversary is the one that's hilarious. Oh, hey, congratulations. You made it 3 years without getting fired.
This text backs it up. It says, I get FOMO if I don't reply all because they feel like they're going to get judged for not being in the
right. Yeah, it's the whole virtue signaling.
This one says another workplace issue, the person who drinks the last cup of coffee without refilling the pot.
Yes. If you're going to leave it empty, and not only that, but they don't turn the coffee pot on. So you just have an empty coffee pot heating and it just scorches to the bottom because there's always that few little drips.
More issues in the workplace, faux pas, you let us know. Let's get to Jeremy and Warren. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. First time, long time.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Hey, I just want to put blame where it belongs. It's on the sender. It's not on people replying. I deal with this all the time. It's real simple. When you send out the email, in this case, I would have CC'd Chris. I would have BCC'd everybody else in the department. That way, even if they hit reply all, it's not going to 40 different people. It's simple. It's easy. But let's put the blame where it's due. It's on the sender. Let's go Lions.
So if they're in the BCC, that means if you reply, they don't get it.
That's correct. So like I send out emails like this all the time where I have a team of about 30 employees, and I don't want this endless chain going back and forth. So what I'll do is if there's something important like myself and my supervisor, I'll send it, I'll CC my supervisor. So if there is a reply, him and I will both get it. And then the 30 team members, if they reply to all, it will only go to me and my supervisor. That's it. Not everybody else.
There you go.
There's a solution. Let's go Lions, guys.
Yeah,
go Lions,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah. See, that's a rule that I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. It's really handy. Like when I did birthday invitations for my daughter,
Yeah.
I BCC'd everyone I invited so they're not all getting, we'll be there. What can we bring? Like, it's just, I only get the responses, but I don't have to go in and send 30 different individual emails.
Okay.
Smart.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ticket texter says, coworker brought in clam chowder soup for lunch on Monday.
Chowder.
Faux pas. Stinky. This one says, I feel like people who do it, it's a look at me behavior. The reply all guy. Look at me, I donated. Make it a unanimous, anonymous donation. That's Rob loading a truck in Belleville. Yeah, do it anonymously.
Yeah.
We got one more. Andy in Ida, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good morning.
So I'm the reply all guy, but I do it on purpose and just to make a few people laugh. There's like 5 or 6 that really get what I'm doing, and they laugh and call me an idiot. But most people have figured it out now. There's probably only 100 of us, but it's pretty fun. I usually throw somebody under a bus, make some kind of little joke that 5 or 6 people get. Nothing when it's important stuff, of course, but
yeah.
So it's kind of a fun thing to do.
You like to stir the pot.
Yeah, get people laughing in the morning,
There you go.
So, if somebody's, missing something, be like, oh, I seen maybe so-and-so had 2 of them, and just, they know what I'm doing, but it's kind of funny. So, but yeah, go Lions.
Yeah, go Lions.
5 days. It's going to be a long 5 days. Let's go.
Yep.
I know.
Find out who we're playing.
Exactly.
Got a couple more good ticket text ones.
Yeah.
People who send read receipts. Oh, I could kill them.
Oh, to let you know that they've read. That
read
doesn't
their
bother me
email.
that much.
No, I'll read your email when I feel like reading it. And if I want to ignore it, I'll ignore it.
Oh, so they send you an email, and then as soon as you open it,
they know.
It would only be for time-sensitive documents with an attachment that might not come through where I'd be, okay, I understand that.
Is that something? So I don't know that I've ever seen that.
Oh, it's been around a long time.
I know.
Many people do it, but I did get one last week.
So can you, when it comes up and it pops up in your email box, does it actually say read receipt?
So when you try
sent?
to close the email that they sent, it asks you, please confirm you and send a read receipt back to the person. So then they know when I closed their email.
Can you say no?
You know what? I really don't off the top of my head. I think it depends on the email and what you can do or whatever. I don't know. It's just... Get over yourself.
By default, I would have to say no.
Sending a read receipt on something that's not important and time sensitive is stupid. It makes it like your world and your answer is more important than anything else going on in life.
Right.
One more.
Yeah.
Prolonged meeting person.
Oh, they dragged the meeting out?
Yeah, where, you're kind of wrapping
question.
up. Everybody's getting their laptop together. They're putting their phone, in their pocket or whatever.
One more question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
I think we just offended the whole office today.
That's all right.
Nobody's.
They won't be here till 10 o'clock anyway.
Exactly.
All right, we got the $2 grand.
Where's our office?
It's in progress. We got the $2 grand slam coming up next, as well as Heather's news. It's 97.1. All right, guys, Kings of the North, it's the Detroit Lions. Let's toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure you grab the limited edition Motor City Jersey bottle. It's on shelves now, and it's made for this Lions season. The bottle's design looks like those Motor City alternate jerseys the team wore against Minnesota when they clinched not only the North, but the 1 seed. Those bottles will be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila as well as the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. before the 2 Grand Slam. Let's get to Heather's news.
Yeah, we got to talk about what's going on in California. At least 5 people have died in the wildfires that are just blazing in the Los Angeles area. Several wind-driven fires remain mostly uncontained. As of Wednesday, 7 fires were burning. The newest broke out. It's the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills area. It's just so sad to hear. Evacuations obviously have been issued there. Thousands of homes and businesses destroyed. I mean, complete leveled in some areas. It's a wild scene to see the photos, to see the videos of what's going on there. Like, it's actually hard to really comprehend when you're not there living it. If you don't have family that live there, like, you see it, but it's just so sad. Millions are in the dark because there's no power as well. The Palisades fire broke out on Tuesday. It has exploded to more than 17,000 acres with zero containment. It's the most destructive fire ever in LA County. And that's the fire that has really impacted a lot of celebrities. That's what we're seeing a lot of, right? Because they're on social media. They're the ones with big voices that everyone can hear, right? I mean, tons of celebrities. Adam Brody, Anna Faris, Paris Hilton, James Wood, Billy Crystal, John Goodman, Miles Teller. I mean, the list goes on and on, who have lost their homes. Others had to be evacuated. I was watching a video. I follow Mandy Moore on social media, and she was able to evacuate with her family, but she said, I still don't know if my home is safe or if it's not. And it's, that she said her kid's school completely gone, burned to the ground. And it's just so sad. It's so sad to see what's going on there. So hopefully everyone else can get out. They do say they expect the death toll to rise, and they expect like the worst is yet to come. So
yeah, I mean, especially since when you hear it's 0% contained. They're trying to do as much as they can, but it's just out of control.
So sad. Also sad, a Wayne State employee was fatally struck by a car on Woodward in Midtown Wednesday morning. According to Detroit police, 2 vehicles collided. This was at Woodward and Warren, and one of the vehicles involved then struck the pedestrian. There was a witness who was sitting at a red light, saw the whole thing, and said, I couldn't help but just start crying because you see the crash, you hear the crash, and then you see this person who was just standing. Yeah. Get hit, kind of caught in the middle there. Wayne State has confirmed that the victim was an employee, but has not identified them. In some better news, Amon-Ra St. Brown is teaming up with the Home Bakery in Rochester and is giving away 2 NFC divisional round playoff tickets. This is so cool. So the Home Bakery is the bakery that went viral for creating this life-size cake of him. Upside down, headstand. In fact, the whole display, they said, is edible. I mean, it's a really cool display. Got to go check it out. Well, he announced on his podcast that not only is he going to go make a stop at the bakery, because he says he's got to give it a try, right? He's got to taste some of the things. Anyone who goes to the bakery and makes a purchase between January 13th and the 16th will automatically be entered in a drawing to win the tickets, and the winner will be announced on January 17th.
Awesome.
So cool. And such great news for this bakery, right? Getting the goal, I'm sure, obviously was to draw some attention, right? But also just create this cool window display and show like we're rooting for the Lions. We are in it with you guys. It wasn't necessarily to drive this much traffic, but it is, and it's great for them.
It's going to be amazing for them. Yeah.
Really, really cool. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have finalized their divorce. They finalized it on Monday. And as expected, she is keeping the $5.6 million engagement ring. And supposedly she keeps all of her rings, which means she now has a collection of 6 engagement rings worth an estimated $17 million.
That's unbelievable.
I think the law is different in different states, but shouldn't she give back the ring if you're not going to get married? Isn't that the purpose of the ring? I'm giving this to you and we're going to spend the rest of our lives together.
When you hear this and you I think of her and how expensive this ring is, $5.6 million. Yes, you didn't make it to the altar. Maybe give it back to the man who proposed to you.
So you keep it if you've made it to the altar and spend some time together. Yes. But if you don't make it, you give it back.
I think that's how you should do it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's as many rings as Michael Jordan.
She's got a lot of money sitting in a jewelry box somewhere, which is pretty crazy. If you're a coffee drinker, I've got some good news for you. A study found that you're going to live longer than most people, but only if you stop drinking it by noon. So you got to be a morning coffee drinker only. Scientists tracked people's health for 10 years and split them into 3 categories. So there's the people who drank only coffee in the morning, people who drank it all day long, and then people who didn't drink coffee at all. And the morning coffee drinkers had 16% lower risk of dying for any reason and a 31% lower risk of dying from heart disease compared to the non-coffee groups. But the benefits disappeared for people who drank coffee all day.
Well, I used to drink coffee all day. I don't generally anymore unless it's I want one like a cup after dinner, which is kind of a rare occasion. But yeah, I love my morning coffee.
So, hey.
I got it shot.
I need to start incorporating. I wonder where the Red Bull drinkers fall. Early grave. That's where I'm at.
Yes, could be.
Early grave.
I mean, it's not healthy.
They trip and fall in, is what you're saying? Yeah.
Woo, but we bounce right back up. Gives us wings, right?
Yeah.
And that's Heather with the news. All right, guys, it's time to give away some money.
All right, let's give away some money. Let's have a redo. It didn't go so well on Tuesday. So we're going to say
This is the first. Yes.
Our first
of
2 Grand Slam.
2025.
Yeah,
Yes.
Let's do it. Who do we got?
We have Phil in Livonia. Phil, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Hey, Phil. All right, I'm going to go over the rules. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions. If you don't know one, make sure you pass pretty quickly. And if there's time, we'll get back to it. You're going to get $25 for each question you answer correctly, $2,000 if you can get them all right.
Phil, are you confident that you have good service on your phone right now?
Yes, I surely hope so.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Let's do this. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go, Phil. Who did the Vikings lose to this season besides the Lions?
Oh, pass.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 26.
Very good.
Who is Penn State playing in the CFP tonight?
Notre Dame.
Who played Ricky Vaughn in the movie Major League?
Charlie Sheen.
What jersey number does A.J. Hinch wear as manager of the Tigers?
Pass.
This artist had the 2024 hit Espresso.
Pass.
The Los Angeles Raiders fired this head coach on Tuesday.
Pierce.
Who did the Pistons play last night?
Brooklyn Nets.
What is the capital of Oregon?
Portland.
Who is the 6th seed in the NFC playoffs?
Pass.
Who did the Vikings lose to this season besides the Lions?
Raiders.
What jersey number? All right. What do you get?
We got 5.
5.
50%. Yeah. Hey, that's not a bad job.
Respectable showing, yeah.
I'm disappointed I didn't get the Vikings one.
It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, they had one other loss other than the Lions.
And the answer did start with an R. It's the Rams, who they're going to play this week. It's all good,
yeah.
Phil.
Yep.
We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure we get you paid. That's $125. And, yeah, not a bad showing.
No, not a bad showing.
Great work,
Respectable.
Phil.
Yes. And so we obviously went over number 1. It was the Rams that the Vikings lost to. He got Jahmyr Gibbs, Notre Dame, and Charlie Sheen right for 2, 3, and 4.
Heating up.
A.J. Hinch, that was a tough one.
It's tough. I mean, baseball manager number.
Right. They all have manager. They all have numbers.
14. John, you didn't know the answer to number 6, the artist that had the 2024 hit Espresso.
No, I wouldn't even be able to guess.
Heather?
I know it. Sabrina Carpenter.
She's
it's on
everywhere.
all the time.
You got daughters. They don't listen to Sabrina Carpenter?
No, my daughters are now of the age that they rarely travel in Dad's truck. Yeah, so I get the chance to listen to what I want to listen to. And it's not Sabrina Carpenter.
The Raiders fired Antonio Pierce, got that right. The Pistons not only played, but took care of business against the Brooklyn Nets yesterday, got that one right. The capital of Oregon.
Great guess, because you and I both thought they might say Eugene, and he guessed Portland, but wrong. It is Salem.
Who is the 6th seed in the NFC playoffs?
Tough one, but I thought maybe they would he would just guess an NFC team. Hopefully one that is in the playoffs, and not the Lions, because we know the Lions are the 1 seed. The Commanders.
Yes.
6th seed.
A popular upset pick.
Yes, it is.
Good matchup with the Bucks. We'll have that in the picks tomorrow.
Could be who the Lions play.
And we'll also talk about that a little more tomorrow. Who do you want? It could be any of 4 teams for the Lions in that divisional round. Commanders, Rams, Vikings, or potentially the Packers. Your next chance to win the 2 Grand Slam is next Tuesday at 7:25. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Good morning to a bunch of winners. All we do in 25 is win. Pistons win last night. That's 5 in a row. The Wings haven't lost in the calendar year. And, the Lions are the Lions. They had a huge win on Sunday. Undefeated are Detroit teams in 2025. So good morning to the winners out there. We're going to talk a little bit of Lions football here. Hope nobody's going to complain about that. 8:02, a Lions topic inspired by Heather's news yesterday. Some debate going back and forth online. But, John, let's talk about these coaches that may leave and executives that may leave now. That's the latest. We know Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are going to be hot commodities. Apparently so is Chris Spielman. You see this?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. When you hear that, we've heard it for a couple of years now, whether it's members of the front office that are under the guidance and tutelage of Brad Holmes, who has had great success since he's been a GM, coaches under Dan Campbell, players, either coveted or players that want to come here, everybody wants a slice of success. And Detroit is having a lot of success right now. So Chris Spielman, going to interview with the New York Jets. Not surprised at all. I mean, his brother was a GM with the Vikings for a while. His brother, I think, is actually somewhat involved with the Jets organization.
I think he may be consulting in the search. Yeah.
And so, it makes complete sense. And I think Chris even talked about, like, in the future, he would like to be a general manager. I think he mentioned that a few years ago. And he has gone through all of the steps of learning what it would take so that he's not just a guy going from, hey, former player, media personality to general manager. He actually did the work and has done it. From what we know and can see from the outside, it feels like he's been a part of what this culture is now. He was a part of hiring Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, and so it makes all the sense in the world.
I was initially caught off guard because when Brad Holmes was hired, people brought up Spielman, and Spielman was quoted at the time as saying he didn't feel he was qualified and said, I was not interested in being the general manager. Now, things change. He has every right to have earned some more qualifications and feel better about running an organization, but I didn't even put him on a radar. But it makes sense, right?
It makes all the sense in the world. And Chris is a guy that is he's gonna dot the I's, cross the T's. He's gonna make sure he's ready and as prepared as possible for anything that he does. It's part of his DNA. And we saw that as a player. We've seen that in so many different ways. And when we've get a chance to talk to Jimmy, who worked with Chris on the media side of things.
Yeah, when he was in Columbus.
And the work ethic is there. And you want to make sure that you're prepared so that you set yourself up for success. When he says, hey, I'm not ready to be a GM, I don't have the qualifications, he has spent the last 4 years attaining the experience from watching Brad Holmes, from watching the front office, from watching Sheila, and all the different things that you've got to do or have your hands in. When we were looking for a general manager here, Brad Holmes, what was part of the topic is it's a really hard position to fill because if you're a good GM, you're unavailable. Mm-hmm. All the guys that get new GM jobs, it's learning on the job because there's so many different things you have to do. Now he's taken his time to learn and watch and take notes. This is what I would do. This is how I do it differently.
He's deserving of the interviews, and if a team hires him, I mean, his resume speaks for itself in the sense that, his brother was a GM. He has worked inside an organization that has been wildly successful, has drafted and developed a culture. Yeah, he makes sense as a candidate. Now, the question is this a big deal for the Lions if they lose him?
I'm of the mindset, and I've said this the last couple of days. Do I think Spielman is great? Do I think Ben Johnson is great? Do I think Aaron Glenn is great? Yep. Do I think they are the greatest in NFL history? No. And I don't know necessarily who that would be for a consultant to an organization. But it doesn't mean that you can't find somebody else that can do what Chris Spielman does. It doesn't mean you can't find another coordinator on either side of the ball. And, are the chances there that it might not go well? Sure. We saw it with the Eagles. Are the chances there that maybe there's somebody better? That is also a part of the equation.
I think the big thing, too, is if you're a winning organization, you got to get used to this, right, John?
Yeah. If you win, like I mentioned, leading up to this, when you have success, the New England way. How many times did we hear that here and wanted to vomit? How many times have we seen, whether it was Josh McDaniels or, any guy hired from the Belichick tree, that they were going to come in, whether it was general manager or coach, and bring the success from New England to the next organization? It doesn't always translate to success, but everybody wants a slice of the pie. They want a slice of, and maybe it does translate. That's what they're looking for. The reason teams are looking for general managers or coaches is because things haven't gone well.
Big deal or no big deal? Chris Spielman interviewing for the Jets general manager job. I think a lot of people here give him credit, even though he's not the general manager or the head coach. I mean, when we did the Thursday touchdown on the medal stand, he got your...
he did not get your from me.
Tom gave him a medal.
Yeah.
He's not the GM. He's not the head coach. Those are the pillar positions of an organization. And if you're a really good organization and you plan to be a good organization for a long time, you will lose good people underneath them, and you will have to replace them. Well, that's just the reality.
And then it becomes all about your hiring practices.
Yeah.
And I know Tom gave Sheila the gold, right, Tom? I think it was,
Yes.
He gave Sheila the gold. And she obviously has good hiring practices through one round of hiring. And so she brought in Chris Spielman, who then helped set the tone for this organization with the hiring of Dan Campbell and then Brad Holmes, and how much he's been involved in all of the decisions. I'm sure at some point, on some level, all of them, but we don't necessarily know. It's kind of the gray area. But you've got to have good hiring practices. So if he leaves, what are the hiring practices of Sheila Ham-Ford? Can she hire somebody to fill that role?
But I don't even know. Is she hiring? I think Brad's probably spearheading that, right? Like,
she's the one that brought in Chris.
Yeah.
So
but I just mean
I don't know.
the head football decision maker for the Detroit Lions is Brad Holmes, right?
Right.
I mean, he is the highest ranking football mind in the organization. This is a person who would, in theory, be replacing
the
Chris.
highest
Would be
football mind, but not the highest in the organization.
Correct.
So,
Sheila's going to sign the paycheck, but in terms of like who's going to vet this candidate, I would trust Brad to do that, wouldn't
Sure.
you? Yeah.
I think there's a great comparison here. I love John's opinion, especially on this. Look, he did what he's supposed to do, Spielman. He was brought in as a special assistant, and this is done in business sometimes. It's done in the sports world to advise. And I think the comparison might be Jim Hackett with Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He was brought in to make the football program succeed again, and he was huge in pursuing Jim Harbaugh.
So, again, it comes to hiring practices. And when you lose a valued employee, and it might not be one individual that's hired to replace that valued employee, it could be a couple.
This phone call, I think, is going to connect some dots for people. Matthew in Gibraltar. Big deal or no big deal? Spielman interviewing for the Jets GM job.
I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's a great opportunity for Chris Spielman. And I think the Jets would be stupid to not hire him, because I think along with Chris Spielman, he could bring in Aaron Glenn, and then you'd have a GM head coach connection like we have here. And then that would kind of allow us to maybe hire the best defensive mind out there in Rex Ryan to be our next defensive coordinator.
Rex, Robert Saleh. I mean, there's a lot of good defensive minds out there.
Robert Saleh as well, but I do think that we're going to be keeping Ben Johnson. I think Sheila's going to offer him too much money.
Well, I like where your head's at, but I think you bring up a good point though. If one of these coordinators is looking for a good situation, if Chris Spielman goes to be the general manager, he could bring either of these guys as his head coach, and then you
Chris
do have
Spielman,
that
defensive mind, defensive player.
I'm not going to. Defensive player. I'm not going to pigeonhole him into defensive mind. I'm pigeonholing him into a great football mind.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I don't think we'd be even close to where we were if it wasn't for him. So I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah.
Appreciate connecting the dots, because that's one thing we had talked about off air is, does this not make it more likely the Jets hire one of the Lions' assistants? Maybe that's why it's a big deal. I don't think losing Chris Spielman in and of itself is going to be a huge loss. I think I trust Brad Holmes to spearhead.
If there's a pair.
But if you lose two at once to the same organization, then it's a domino effect.
Yeah, I don't think this would be a huge deal if he left. He did his job.
Yeah.
He changed the culture of the Detroit Lions. He told Sheila, this is how you do it. And then it was part of the process in hiring both Campbell and Holmes. And now I don't think losing him. I think who he would take might be a bigger deal. Like
who do you want him to take?
Holmes's right-handed man. That would be hurtful in terms of the scouting player,
right?
That kind of stuff. If he takes Glenn with him, my reaction would kind of be, okay, I get it. If he took Ben Johnson with him, I'd be a little mad at him. It's like, to me, that would be the bigger deal.
Who do you want him to take? Actually, why don't we answer that next? Because there's a lot of moving parts going on right now. We'll take some more phone calls. 248-539-9797. Aaron Glenn's interviewing for every job. Ben Johnson is going to be everybody's favorite pick. Those guys are potentially leaving after this season. Chris Spielman, add him to the list. It's 97.1. Some of you may be caught off guard. You know Aaron Glenn's going to interview for jobs. You know Ben Johnson's going to interview for jobs. But Chris Spielman? Oh, yeah. He's interviewing for the general manager job with the New York Jets. And he did not want the general manager job when Brad Holmes was hired. He said he wasn't qualified. It was humble. He said, I'll help any way I can. And along the way, John, I think he's learned some things that make him an interesting general manager candidate. See, that's how it's supposed to work. You're selfless, you're humble, you work, the organization benefits, and now he has a chance to take that skill set and be a general manager just like his brother was. We've asked the question, is this a big deal to lose Chris Spielman? And if he's hired with the Jets, he may take Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn. Who would you want him to take if he's going to steal one of the coordinators? 248-539-9797.
Well, there's a traditional way of doing things, and I think we can all believe that Chris Spielman is a traditional individual where, hey, you set a goal and then you map a path to attain that goal. And I don't know if 5 years ago, 4 years ago, did he set a goal that says eventually I do want to be a general manager in the NFL? And, if it's with the Lions, great. If it's not, then I'll there's 31 other organizations. He played for more than just the Lions. And so he set a goal and then mapped the path to attain that goal. I think it's life 101. And I mean, there are so many people that want to skip steps. And it sounds like he was given the opportunity to skip some of those steps.
Yep.
And if Sheila did offer him the general manager spot and he humbly said, no, I'm not ready for it. It's not something that I'm prepared to do at this time. But he did say, I'd like to be a part of the organization and learn and figure out what it takes so that when I do get that opportunity, I am best prepared. Doesn't mean it's going to be successful. I think we all believe he will be a successful general manager, but he mapped a path. He's taken that route. And now all of a sudden, I don't think it wasn't a surprise to me when, I don't know if it was you or if it was Tom that sent the text that says, hey, he's interviewing for the Jets job. Not surprised.
I was only surprised in the sense that his previous quotes hadn't indicated this ambition to be a general manager at that time. And that was 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I mean, he's not an assistant GM. He's in this unique consulting special assistant role that didn't exactly put him in like a GM in waiting. But it makes sense. He's a football guy. He's helped build the culture here. A lot of people give him credit. Mm-hmm. Not sole credit, but a lot of people give him credit for identifying Campbell and Holmes and helping unite the two of them and being kind of in the shadows, a subtle guy nudging the culture along with the heavy hitters, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. Here's what I come back to. They're going to lose coordinators and members of their front office. If Brad Holmes is the general manager we think he is, things are going to be just fine. He'll replace him. They'll keep drafting well. They'll stay atop the league. If Dan Campbell is the culture builder, leader, identifier of good people, he'll replace his coordinators and they'll be just fine.
Sure.
If they're the people we think they are, there's nothing to be afraid of. I don't like losing them because it disrupts continuity, but I'm not concerned. Now, the question of who would I rather leave? Glenn.
Sure. I mean, I think defensively, most people feel this is an offense-driven league.
And the team is specifically driven by their offense.
Yes. And we like and appreciate everything that Aaron Glenn has done. I think his intensity is something that is underrated. We talk about Dan Campbell's intensity. Ben Johnson doesn't, at least on the surface, doesn't appear to have the same persona, I guess you might say, as an Aaron Glenn, who is a little bit more fiery on the sidelines, and same with Dan. But, I don't know that people would view that as big of a loss as losing Ben Johnson. But here's the other thing, is you talk about Dan Campbell identifying, not everybody that gets hired is going to be the right hire. And I say that because he initially hired Anthony Lynn as the offensive coordinator.
But I would say, and I know you're going here, more important is identifying when it doesn't work and swiftly making those changes, which is what he did with Lynn.
Right. So far, he's 2 out of 3. And he's fired other assistant coaches along the way.
Aubrey Pleasant.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So he's 2 out of 3 because he identified Aaron Glenn, and he stuck with Aaron Glenn. Because remember, 2 years ago, people were questioning Aaron Glenn and his ability to coordinate a defense. He stuck with him because he knew what he had. He knew what he was seeing, and given more tools, was going to get better results. Now, all of a sudden, Anthony Lynn comes in as the offensive coordinator, and he's not following what Dan Campbell wants. So he takes play calling away, eventually gives it to Ben Johnson in the following season. And that was a home run. That was a guy that he inherited from the previous staff, kept him, and then eventually promoted.
Yeah, I think about it at the college level. Like Nick Saban had to swap out coordinators damn near every other year. And if you are the driving force, and I think Campbell is, you're not going to bat 1,000. Not every Saban coordinator hit, but you're going to set the tone and you're going to make tweaks and you're going to make changes. And he's shown that he can run a staff. I don't think there's any fear in Dan Campbell replacing either coordinator.
Right.
My preference would be to keep Ben Johnson of the two. And they may lose both, but Ben Johnson, I think, is the driving force of this offense.
I think you bring up a great comparison of Saban always replacing coordinators, especially offensive coordinators, where, whether it was
Kiffin at one point,
Sark, Mike Loxley, who's now at Maryland. Like, doesn't mean they're going to go on to have success, but they had success while they were there under the guidance of the leader of that program. In college, it was Nick Saban. For us here in Detroit, it's Dan Campbell.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Lynn in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. I appreciate that you're putting such a positive spin on everything, but at the end of the day, it's not we have a winning formula that's getting broken up before we even get to a Super Bowl. When Harbaugh took everybody with him, look how that turned out. Now, I know there's a lot of other factors that go with that, but that looked really bad. That's been detrimental to the program, to everything. It's been negative. And, these guys, if they all leave, they're a big part of why we are where we are. Yeah, Campbell's on top, Holmes. Yeah, we all get all that. But these other guys have a big factor, too. And we all saw Michigan's humble.
Well, so when Jim Harbaugh left, he was the leader. And you brought it up there at the very end. It's not like Brad Holmes is leaving or Dan Campbell is leaving. Those main parts are still in place. Those are the guys that are making decisions. Decisions were made by Jim Harbaugh, and when he left, the leader, the general manager, the coach is all leaving at the same time.
Yeah, that's how I look at it too. You took the words out of my mouth. When you lose the leader, that's more significant. Dan Campbell's going to have to replace coordinators if he's going to be here for a long time. And he and Brad Holmes just signed extensions a year ago. They're going to be here for a long time. Joe in Grosse Ile, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Of the three that you mentioned, I'll rank them in order of likelihood of leaving. I think Spielman, I don't think he's going to get hired. He's more of a president of football operations in waiting. He's such a unicorn and Swiss Army knife. As for Ben Johnson, he's 51% gone. I mean, I want him to stay of the three the most. For Aaron Glenn, he's probably 90% gone. And if either of those coordinators leave, it pulls the curtain back on exactly who is in waiting if our assistant coaches, because the coordinators get so much of the oxygen. I don't know that we have a position coach that's ready to jump in. I wouldn't mind Robert Saleh as our defensive coordinator at all. It makes sense for him to come home and do that. But I just can't see Spielman jumping into a general manager's role, and Ben Johnson needs to stay.
Well, Joe, I mean, yeah, we would love to have Ben Johnson stay. If he's not, there are some guys on the staff, whether it's Tanner Engstrom, Mark Brunell, that could be promoted to that position. Defensively, I'm sure there are some qualified candidates, guys that would interview for it that are currently on the staff. I think that's the one side of the ball that you could see them going outside to hire somebody to come in and coach.
So if Spielman were to get the Jets job and hire Aaron Glenn,
and I think he'd be a great general manager. I disagree with the last caller.
And hire Aaron Glenn, which is what another caller brought up. Glenn would probably want to hire some of his own guys from his defense right now,
possible,
and probably promote one of them to DC. So that's one less guy that, unless you're promoting him to DC, and now it becomes this this competition to keep players or coaches on your staff.
Right. As an assistant coach, that becomes a very tough decision.
Yeah.
Because of the way things have operated with the Jets. Is that an organization you want to go to?
Yeah. And on the Saleh front, by the way, the latest, the Niners are set to offer him their open defensive coordinator position. He previously ran their defense before. So as people bring him up, that's something to keep in mind. Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Spielman interviewing for the Jets job. You've got Glenn and Ben Johnson. Everybody's raiding the Lions. How do you feel about it? It's 97.1.
The city of Detroit continues to win. Detroit's undefeated streak continues in 2025. That extends to Lions, Red Wings, and Pistons. We can also include Michigan and Michigan State hoops, too. None of those teams have yet to lose in the new calendar year. The most recent win coming last night for the Pistons over the Brooklyn Nets, a 113-98 victory. Proves to be their 5th in a row and 9th in their last 10 attempts. It also improved to be a winning record of 19-18. They have a chance to add to it tonight with their second of a back-to-back playing host to Golden State. Another Detroit win would have them tied for 6th in the Eastern Conference. Lots of unfortunate news coming out of L.A. following the tragic wildfires. Those fires also affecting the world of sports. As a result of the fires, last night's L.A. Kings and Calgary Flames game had to be postponed. The Rose Bowl arena had to be evacuated, and Monday night's NFL playoff game between the Vikings and Rams is in jeopardy of being moved to Arizona. Tonight marks the first day of a jam-packed playoff football marathon with playoff games every day from now until Monday. Tonight, we begin the semifinal rounds of the college football playoffs. Meanwhile, Saturday will kickstart the NFL's Wild Card weekend. And finally, sticking with the NFL, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, two of the more coveted coaching coordinators in the NFL, likely to accept head coaching positions in the offseason. Both individuals reported to begin interviewing for openings ahead of the Lions' bye week this week. It's been reported Ben Johnson will meet with the Raiders, Patriots on Friday, then on the Bears and Jaguars for Saturday. Aaron Glenn reported to interview with the Jets, Bears, Saints, and Jaguars this week as well. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
You heard in the update, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, throwing Chris Spielman. Everybody's trying to recreate the Lions. Boy, that's a fun thing to say.
Yeah. I mean,
we are the envy of the league.
As we should be.
And how do you feel about it? 248-539-9797, losing 1, 2, all 3 of these guys. We'll get those phone calls and ticket texts in the mix. And we'll start with Will in St. Clair Shores. Will, good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say Spielman leaving is no big deal because he did his job. And what really bothers me, last year when Johnson said that he needs to stay because he had unfinished business, that bothers me because if we make the Super Bowl and we lose the Super Bowl, how is that not unfinished business?
Well,
and he's going to leave?
Well,
I mean,
we don't know. We're talking about something in the future. I mean, he may have the same take.
Yeah, it bothers me. I don't want him to go to Chicago. That really bothers me. I'm thinking he would stay if we lose the Super Bowl, and I'm hoping he stays. So that's all I got to say, guys. I love your show.
Thanks, Will. I think it gets messy, though. So remember when the Lions were in the position of hiring coaches, and the last guy they hired before Campbell was Patricia, and they hired him after a Super Bowl. I'm not bringing this up to irritate anybody, just timeline. You're waiting and waiting and waiting to make that hire until after the Super Bowl. If Ben Johnson is in the mix / the favorite / intends to take a job, and then they lose the Super Bowl and he pulls out, does that hurt his reputation in the league?
Well, I mean, we saw that with Josh McDaniels in Indianapolis, right? I mean, there were assistant coaches that had left jobs to join him in Indy, and then he pulls out. I do think that type of situation would hurt his reputation because we also think that this is not just the only year that the Lions are going to be playing deep into the playoffs. So in future years, if he then says, well, okay, now this is the year, what organization would wait until that time
Trust
not
him.
hire and trust him. I mean, that would take a gigantic leap of faith. Doesn't mean it can happen, but yeah, it starts to whittle away. And then if the Lions all of a sudden, hey, they are out early in the playoffs or don't make the playoffs, is his name as hot as it once was?
I can't hold it against him if he leaves. Like, I want him here. We all want him here. But
I don't think anybody. People would be upset, not at him, at the situation, if he leaves and goes to the Bears, because it's a division opponent. Now you got to face him. Now you're worried. What does he do with Caleb Williams? What does he do with those wide receivers? The question will be, does he want to go there with Ryan Poles as the GM? Does he want to go there with an organization that may not have the same structure or same mentality that Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman right now, Sheila have with the Detroit Lions?
248-539-9797. Phone calls and ticket text. Let's get to Dwayne in Schwartz Creek. Dwayne, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm 67 years old. Obviously, like a lot of us, I've been rooting for 60-some years for this team. Maybe I'm being selfish. I am being selfish. We get a former Lion that struggled, didn't win the big ones in Spielman, and he helps us to regenerate and just to do what we've been enjoying for the last 2.5 years. So I kind of want to keep the band together, especially with him being a former Lion. And I know it's asking too much, but is it possible that he would be open if Aaron left? Would he be open to defensive coordinator? And then as far as Johnson goes, I'm like everyone else. Man, can we throw enough money? Can we say you're assistant coach in waiting after Scott Montgomery? Can we do whatever it takes to keep him with us? Aaron Glenn, I understand it, but it just feels so bad that it's taken us so long, us fans, and now we're at the mountaintop, as it were, or really close to it, and now we're breaking up the band, and we like Lynn said, we haven't even got to the mountaintop. We haven't completed it, and it's just I hate to see it. We've been waiting too long for this.
Well, Dwayne, we would all love to keep the band together. It's just not realistic. When you win and you have success, parts of your organization are going to be very coveted, whether it's the front office, coaching staff, players.
I mean, this is what happens. It sucks. I think there is an element too. I grew up loving this team and watching him play. I have the respect I have for Chris Spielman rivals anybody in Detroit sports, because I know the type of person that he is. We got a ticket text that he helped with the chains at a flag football game. That's who he is. This is the guy that arguably put together, and you got to win a Super Bowl to complete the deal here, but simultaneously was extremely highly involved in hiring a head coach and GM at the same time that look like they know what they're doing. I don't know how many times that's happened in sports where you simultaneously get the two right guys. Maybe the 49ers, you know who I'm talking about? Bill Walsh, and what was the other guy's name? Carmen Policy?
Mm-hmm.
What it created the 5 Super Bowls in 14 years or whatever it was. I mean, I don't think, because look at the Cowboys. I mean, Jerry Jones did it, and then Jerry Jones got in the way.
Are you sensing Lions fans are getting kind of whiny about this?
Yeah. Oh, we're having too much success now. People, when you win and you have success and you hire good people, it's a good thing that other organizations want your people. It means you hired right. It means you can do it again.
I get it. We've never been in this position, but it really sounds like people are detached from reality. Sheila could do the unthinkable and pay Ben Johnson as much as head coaches. Nobody's doing it. She could. There's no cap. It still wouldn't mean he's a head coach. Some guys want to be head coaches. You're ambitious. You want to run your own show. They can't offer that here with Dan Campbell. So for Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, yeah. I can't fault them for leaving. And fans getting all whiny, why are they going to do interviews before we've won the Super Bowl? This is how it works for every team every year. We're just new at this. But this is not unique to Detroit. Good people are going to leave the organization because you're a great team. And I think that's great that we're the envy of the league. I don't look at this as, oh, woe is us, and oh no, we're going to lose these guys. You have the coach of the year. He'll replace his assistants. You have the executive of the year. He'll replace his scouts and assistants. Well, come on, guys. It doesn't have to be doom and gloom.
It's the cost of doing business. We talk about it on the player's side, the coaching side. When you play aggressive man coverage, the cost of doing business is that you're going to get some pass interference calls. When you play a violent brand of football, the cost of doing business is you're going to get some violent penalties. It just is. And when you are successful, other organizations are going to want to pluck off, and you have successful people. You have people that are driven to success. They're going to want to test themselves in the lead situations, whether it's head coach, whether it's a position coach that gets a coordinator job elsewhere. That's something we haven't talked about. Tanner Engstrom is a guy that we've talked about as could replace Ben Johnson. Well, if Ben Johnson stays, does Tanner Engstrom say, I'm not going to wait any longer? I'm going to take this other coordinator job that somebody is offering me? Like, that is a real thing.
248-539-9797. We're just talking through this because you're seeing more names included. It's not just the coordinators. Now it's the front office that may lose some guys. Chris Spielman interviewing with the Jets. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season yet again. We may actually get a little bit of snow later today, and you got to look out because there's crazy people on the roads everywhere. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH. You can always go to the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Some ticket texts, some phone calls. Listen, Lions don't play this week. And starting today, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are going to be doing virtual interviews. And everybody wants to talk to them. And they're not the only ones from the Lions organization. Chris Spielman set to interview for the Jets open general manager job. And there's clearly a domino effect. If they hire one or two, they might hire some assistants and some other personnel. And the question has just been brought up how you feel about all of this. And I feel like this is a sign that the Lions are doing things right, and it should be taken as a compliment. But I think some people feel uneasy about it. But if you have Dan Campbell and he's the coach of the year and you believe in him as a culture builder and we've celebrated this guy and he'll hire new assistants.
Right, and some of it comes down, okay, there's a lot of different ways that you can look at this. It is you are a coveted organization. The parts that you've put together are now working at such a high level that people want to pick apart those parts. The other thing that we're talking about is, okay, Ben Johnson, is Sheila able to pay him enough to stay? How much of it is I want to prove myself as a head coach versus I just want to make more money?
Well, he did say.
And it becomes about employee retention.
He did speak about the desire to be a head coach like about a month ago, maybe.
Yeah.
It is something that he wants to do, something he can't do here because
you're not going to be a coach in waiting because it could be a decade, it could be longer, it could be shorter. Who knows?
And the same thing is with Brad Holmes. Like Spielman did his job, right? Is kind of the thought. He came in here. He did not want the general manager job. He, from the shadows, helped subtly shape this culture, helped get them Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And if he wants to pursue a general manager job, God bless. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work. You do good work and you get rewarded for it.
Well, and here's the other thing. Ben Johnson has stayed. He's interviewed before, and he's turned down interviews. Just because Chris Spielman gets this interview, he is also interviewing the New York Jets. When he goes there and has this interview, I think they'd be foolish not to offer him the job. But does he accept it because does he want to work with ownership that is in place with the Jets? Does he want to work with, or does he want to go in there and say, you know what, this is too inclusive. Like, there's way too much I'm going to have to do, and it's going to take way too long.
Well, I wonder if this is the only job he interviews for, though, because there may be other teams going, oh, I didn't realize Chris wanted to get into this, and then maybe he interviews for a different job.
This just could be the signal that says, hey, I'm going to throw up the bat signal. I'm going to interview for this one, and let's see who else calls.
Ticket Texter says, if we lose Johnson and Glenn, we're done. It's ridiculous the NFL is allowing distractions when we're getting ready for the playoffs.
Again, brand new at this. Brand new at how many Lions coaches have we picked off of winning organizations?
This is how it goes, guys. It's how every team operates. It's only an issue now because the Lions are good.
Yep.
Like, come on, guys. And I don't think they're done if they lose these assistants. I do think they will lose continuity, which is why this year is such a golden opportunity, and it's why we've talked so much about
Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get to the phones. Jack and Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to thank you for taking my call. This is the first time caller. I've enjoyed your show for years. I just had the nerve to actually get this off my chest. And you just hit the point about the NFL just doing this as a business. Why can't they just wait till after each team loses in the playoffs? Why can't it's just like an off season? Treat it like an off season. Why do they have to distract? And yes, the players know what's going on. Yes, all the fans know what's going on. I just think it's appalling that the NFL allows that to happen. And I just wanted your intake and input about, but why can't they just wait till after? That's all.
John, you want to go first?
Well, so I mean, because of the schedule that the NFL has in place, where as soon as the season's over, I mean, you've got the combine, you've got free agency, you've got there's just so much going on that you have to have something in place as soon as the season's over. Now, Ben Johnson's not going to accept the job until the season's over.
Right.
But he has to be allowed to interview. Otherwise, he's at a disadvantage, right?
Well, he has to be allowed. And the Lions have done what they can to set parameters. They have to allow permission for this to happen, and they have done that. And I think it was basically from Thursday, which is today, through Saturday. They're on a bye week. I don't know how much of a distraction that will be.
Yeah, but they could just treat it as just a normal offseason. Like like baseball, they're not going after the assistant coach, the pitching coach, the batting coach for the next year that, if the Yankees want them or whoever. It's just, I just think the timing of it is really it's not appropriate, and the NFL needs to correct that because, look, we've done a tremendous job over the last 2 years. We have won football games. That's the winning culture that we have. Now it's like the owners are just celebrating that they just want to take whoever's hot right away, but just wait till after the season. Why they have to jump the gun? That's all. Thanks, guys.
Well, we've
Thanks
seen.
for calling,
yeah, I
Jack.
appreciate the phone call and want to hear from you more, John. Other leagues, if the Pistons fire their coach at the end of the regular season, they can go hire whoever they damn well want.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you don't have to wait until the finals are over. In hockey, basketball, football, you have to wait to accept the job if you're currently still coaching, right? So, I don't know. I guess
I don't see it as a distraction. I just see it as the cost of doing business.
Yes.
And when players know, everyone in the business of football knows that next year's team, however it's constructed, players, coaches, front office, is going to be different than it is this year.
Texter says one man's distraction could be another's motivation, which is another thing to consider here too. I mean, you're trying to put out your best game plans. You're trying to put on your best show. You're trying to win.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Aaron Glenn was motivated against Minnesota?
Yeah.
To show, especially as we get closer to people making those calls and making those decisions?
John, I wonder if you can relate to this. It says, good morning. If both our coordinators leave, it's like sending your kids to college. You'll miss them, but it's time to move on.
Well,
you recently just did this.
Yes, it's time to move on, and no one ever wants to. But it is the cycle of life. It just is. It's the cycle of life. And if I would love for the kids to be around all the time, it's not good for them. It's not good for us.
I mean, it just shows you how inexperienced we are, and even more people are at this success. This is what comes with it.
Oh, and
seriously.
But we've also, okay, here's another way to look at it. It's another relationship that you have in the NFL. We know that Brad Holmes has dealt with Les Snead. Why is Jared Goff here? Why is Matthew Stafford there? Why did we get 2 first-round picks? Why was it made a little bit easier? Maybe it's because of the relationship they have. Now, all of a sudden, not that Brad Holmes is going to try and fleece, anybody, especially if he has a relationship with them. But sometimes, if Spielman goes to the Jets and he needs somebody and they have something we want, now all of a sudden that phone call's a little bit easier. And it's a little bit easier to deal with.
I think some people too would look at the Jets. Why would he choose them after their owner allegedly? Just 3 weeks ago, it came out that he was taking advice from his kids in order on who to draft because or grading of Madden players and all this. But you know what? Why did that leak? Why did that leak out of the Jets? Maybe it leaked out because it needed to leak out in order to create the change.
Well, but that's why I also said it's not just the Jets interviewing Chris Spielman. Chris Spielman is also interviewing them. Is this an organization that I actually want to go to?
Yeah, he's just testing them. This is what not to do, Sheila. This is how other organizations are run.
Yeah. Yes.
Let's get to Corin in Columbus. Corin, we love hearing your voice. You're on 97.1.
What's up, fellas?
Good morning.
So to me, if we're going to keep a coordinator, it's no brainer. It's Aaron Glenn. Dan Campbell's an offensive coach. He's proven that he can, he's proven that he can call plays successfully. At the end of the 2021 season, I think we won 3 out of our last 5 games. This is Dan Campbell's offense, and with the candidates that are out there, I mean, Doug Peterson, Frank Reich, there are other guys that we can get to come in and run this offense at a very high level. I can't say the same thing for the defense. Aaron Glenn has been coaching with the bear cover. I won't say a bear cover, but definitely coaching with less than what I would say Ben Johnson has on his end of the football. So I think Aaron Glenn is definitely the more proven commodity. I mean, I don't know who we will come in and get. I think it looks like Robert Saleh's probably going to go back to San Francisco. Don't know about Eberflus, if that's a good hire or not, but I know the way that we want to play football, and it seems like the way that Dan Campbell wants to play defense is exactly the way that Aaron Glenn wants to play defense. So to me, it's clear that I would rather keep Aaron Glenn. And if we have to lose Ben or, if he goes on to greater things, that's great. But I think it would be a bigger hit to us if we lose Ben Johnson or if we lose Aaron Glenn. Sorry.
Yeah. the argument for Glenn being like, yeah, he is working with less, doing as much as he can, maybe more than most. He brought up Eberflus.
Maybe Corin should have given him more.
Maybe he should have. Eberflus, before he was the head coach in Chicago, was the DC in Indy, and both Indy and Chicago ran 4-man fronts, and they didn't blitz a lot, and they played a bunch of zone. That's the opposite of what the Lions are doing.
Yeah.
I mean, they both run 4-man fronts, but Aaron Glenn is man-to-man, and he's blitzing. It'd be a pretty seismic shift. I assume Dan Campbell would want to hire someone who would run a similar defense, an aggressive defense to go with his aggressive offense. Maybe it's a promotion from within. If you lose Aaron Glenn, you do get comp picks. So that's the other part of this trade-off. Ben Johnson, you wouldn't get any comp picks. And with Ben Johnson, you're losing the guy who's running the better side of the ball, the side of the ball that's going to get you a Super Bowl ring. If they're going to win a Super Bowl, it's going to be because this offense is lethal. Losing, they're both great, but I would say Ben Johnson's the bigger loss.
He does bring up a great point, though, and it's one that I've talked about is this is Dan Campbell's offense. This is being run by the vision of Dan Campbell. Called on game days, we believe, mostly by Ben Johnson, but this is Dan Campbell's offense, and it's not like you're watching the offense and Dan doesn't cover his mouth with the play sheet as well. Like, they are talking back and forth about what to call next.
You have to be in tandem, especially with the fourth down decisions, because a lot of thirds inform fourths. We got a few more phone calls to get to. We've got Heather's news before the hour ends and the Thursday touchdown. 9:02, it's Dear John. It's back for the new year. It's 97.1. It's dominated the conversation today. Chris Spielman interviewing for the Jets GM job. Throw that in with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and they're raiding the Lions, the envy of the league. It's flattering is what it is. But you can tell a lot of people here aren't used to winning, and this is unfair. They're breaking up the band. This is what success looks like in the NFL. And we can't have it both ways. If we think Dan Campbell has built a culture, if we think he's a great leader, if he's more than a meathead, then it's going to be okay. You'd prefer to keep Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, which makes this year all that more important. But I think it's a little insulting when we think, well, like, if they lose these guys, then how are we going to function as a team? Either you believe in the culture they're building and the leadership from both Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, or you think that they're propped up by their assistants, and I don't think that's accurate.
No, but you also have to be realistic. And I mean, I try and be a little bit more positive because I've seen coaching changes. I've seen guys come in that are actually better than what you had before, even if you lose somebody because they're good. But you also have to be realistic on the one side where people are concerned, where if you, let's just say the worst happens, where you lose your offensive coordinator and maybe he takes a couple of coaches with him. Maybe he takes Hank Fraley with him. Maybe he takes, insert any assistant coach. Same thing with Aaron Glenn. And then you lose Chris Spielman. Like, there is the chance that it takes, not that you can't make a good hire, but maybe it takes a year or two to fully get back up to speed and get comfortable with player personnel, with that coaching staff. Like, there certainly will be an adjustment time. And it doesn't mean that you have to lose during that adjustment time. Maybe it doesn't look the same, but there is that possibility that it does cost you some games.
How about people pointing out on the ticket text? A couple of them. This one says, Jags need to fire Balky, hire Spielman, and then hire Ben Johnson. And another person says it could be that Spielman and Ben Johnson end up somewhere together because of Ben's rumored requirement of wanting a GM and coach to be in lockstep. That's Bob in a car.
I actually thought that too, where, okay, this is the flag that goes up that says Chris Spielman is in the market for a GM spot. The first sign is obviously he's going to interview with the Jets. Now that, Black Monday has passed, we could still see, behind closed doors, there are phone calls that do happen. Hey, would you be interested if you wanted to come down to Jacksonville? Would you be interested if you wanted to come to the Raiders? Or, anybody that has a head coaching, job open that also has maybe retained their general manager, but they're thinking, well, if Chris Spielman is available, maybe we'd rather have him than who we already have. We could fire at any time.
Or it's one of these things where we like our GM, but we really like Ben Johnson, and we're willing to make a change at GM if it's what seals the deal to get Ben Johnson, because he is the hottest name in coaching right now. Let's get to Mike on a cell. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing this morning?
Terrific.
So my point that I wanted to bring across was Dan Campbell's probably already has somebody in mind to replace these two. Ben Johnson was getting interviews last year, so he's already has somebody in mind. And I feel like we as Lions fans, we just got to pretend like we've been there before. Like, this happens every year. And when you go switch jobs, you get interviewed before you quit your job usually. So it's just a part of the way life goes. Like, they're going to get interviews. If they go, they go. There's going to be replacements. We're okay. We're still a good team. Like, we'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's leadership malfeasance if you don't have a list of qualified or candidates that you would want to interview. If anybody on your staff, whether it's all the way from analyst to position coach to coordinator, and it would be the same thing for Brad Holmes and Sheila. While you are very comfortable with the fact that you've just given your head coach and your general manager extensions, you think they're going to be here for a while, you still have to do your due diligence. What if the unthinkable happens and you have an opening at that position? You have to have somebody in mind that you would at least want to interview, and it should be a list, a running list, because it's how you also evaluate what you're doing.
You know what just popped in my head? Didn't the Lions add a coach this last offseason, a highly respected, highly regarded coach?
A defensive line coach?
Right, and that's someone that Campbell had to have knowledge of outside of his bubble here in Detroit, and great coaches do. There's a respect for what others are doing out there, and I'm sure he has others besides Terrell Williams that if an opening was there on his staff, he'd have a list of phone calls he'd start making.
Or he's willing to say, you know what, there's somebody better than what I have. I, too, can make changes and say, you know what, hey, thanks for your time. It's been great. We want to improve at this position.
248-539-9797. Let's give Joe in a truck a shot here. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm going to call and talk about the coordinators. If we were to lose, I'd be more upset if we lost Ben Johnson, because our personnel next year with Aiden Hutchinson coming back, I feel like someone like Rex Ryan could come in. I feel they could run the show pretty well. But I'd be worried about losing Ben Johnson just because of the chemistry he has with Jared Goff and the rest of the offense. I think that's kind of an issue. Now, another name I want to bring up that we could lose is like a Ray Agnew in the front office.
Yes.
I'd be very concerned if we lost him, just because that's Brett Holmes' right-hand man.
Yeah, I was going to say either his right-hand man or his left-hand man. I know because Disner also does a lot of cap stuff and is super important. Yeah, the people right next to Brad Holmes are also super important. Like, we think about the coaches because we see them more. The product on the field is closer to us. But, yeah, I think all these guys are going to be attractive candidates for openings. I mean, that's what happens when you are the gold standard. And that's what we're used to, right? The Lions being the gold standard, the envy of the league. Yeah. It's flattering is what it is. And just one last note, because people keep bringing it up. Why don't they just pay the coordinators more and keep them? I don't think they're opposed to doing that at all, and we saw that last year with Ben Johnson getting a healthy raise. I'm sure Aaron Glenn could get a pay raise to stay too. Those are not going to be the same as head coaching salaries, and even if they were, they don't come with the cachet, the responsibility, that head coaching role that a lot of these guys desire. Aaron Glenn, I think, would be a hell of a head coach from a temperament standpoint, from a leadership of men standpoint, and Ben Johnson has spoken about a desire to be a head coach. The money doesn't make him a head coach. So I think that only goes so far. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So a Clinton Township police officer is being called a hero after saving the driver of an SUV that ended up in a pond on New Year's Eve. So officers received this call about a vehicle that had driven into a retention pond at the Harbor's apartment complex. And when they arrived, they saw this SUV in the middle of the pond, and there was a driver sitting in the driver's seat. Of course, they tried to call to the driver to get out of the car while it was still kind of floating there. Driver didn't respond. So that's when an officer, without hesitation, just entered the freezing waters, swam out to the car. And again, the driver wasn't responding. It wasn't, he was responsive, but was not responding to the calls to get out of the car. So when the officer actually got to the car, it was almost fully submerged. He was able to pull the driver out of the car, stabilize him on a life jacket, and as soon as the driver was out, car sank to the bottom of the pond. So it was the right timing. He moved quickly. He knew what to do. And thankfully, he saved a man's life, which is incredible. As the wildfires continue to burn and just devastate several areas across Los Angeles, the NFL said it is monitoring the situation's potential impact on Monday night's wild card playoff game between the Vikings and the Rams at SoFi Stadium. So while the NFL is preparing for things, as planned, there is an alternate site that has been locked down. So in the event that they're forced to move, which very well could be because the fire is burning very close to SoFi Stadium, they will play at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. There's not going to be a date swap. That's very unlikely because the winner will have to be playing again very soon. So,
not to play the role of John and ask a question that you might not have an answer to, but 0% containment
of certain fires. There's so many fires. It's not one wildfire. There's multiple fires burning.
Right. And it's more the wind.
And the wind. I know that I just saw an article.
Why zero? Why can't they?
Because it's
some
spreading
level of,
so fast.
Yeah.
It's just spreading so fast. I did see an article. I wasn't able to read it yet, but it said that the winds have died down a little. So they're hoping that they can get some containment on these fires now that the winds are not quite as strong. But that's what they're battling, and they're spreading quickly. Yeah. And these pop-up fires are popping up in other locations as well. Police say there is a strong possibility of foul play involved in the disappearance of that Warren mother who was believed to be at her ex-boyfriend's apartment before she went missing. We discussed her yesterday. Ashley Elkins, 30 years old, was reported missing on January 3rd after her family hadn't seen or heard from her since the following morning. Had left her apartment, said she was just going to go run some errands. And then there was some weird communication, text messages with the family that just seemed out of the ordinary. Police officers did execute a search warrant at the home of her ex-boyfriend. They say they found significant evidence, and they recovered sort of forensics that's now going to be looked at by Michigan State Police. They also recovered, I know they took the trash dumpster and things like that for evidence. So he was actually arrested. The ex-boyfriend was arrested. He will be arraigned this morning. You never want to hear that news.
No.
You can think it, I guess, when you hear all the details, but hopefully she is still okay. Someone in Macomb County is a whole lot richer, starting the new year with a lot more money in their bank account. The Michigan Lottery announced that a ticket sold at a Shell gas station in New Baltimore won $1 million on Tuesday night's Mega Millions drawing. Pretty fun way to start the new year, right? My
awesome.
goodness. So the lucky winner has 1 year to the date of the drawing to claim their prize, and hopefully they didn't throw away that ticket.
Yes.
It's Heather with the news. Some good news there.
Yeah.
Thursday touchdown is next. We have 5 straight days of playoff football. College football playoffs, NFL playoffs kicking off. And at 9:02, Dear John is back for the new year. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you a bunch of questions, and then they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. How can I tell you they do this? It's because they did it with me. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live and they work, and most of them have grown up here. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Life advice from our very own John Jansen.
Yeah, no teasers today.
No, you're in the dark.
Uh-huh.
You have no idea what's coming. If you want to send some questions in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Heather, why don't we start out?
Well, the first one, John, is a dating question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Dear John, where do you stand on first dates? I'm on the apps trying to meet girls, and if I get a match that goes well, I usually ask them out for drinks. I had some friends who are girls tell me that's a cop-out, and if they're going to get all dressed up, I should be offering to take them out for food. What do you think? Am I doing it all wrong?
No, I think first date's perfect for let's meet for coffee. Let's meet for a drink. Let's meet for something that the investment isn't necessarily there. On either side, it allows the dater and the datee an easy out. And if things hit, it may be let's meet for drinks at 5 o'clock, right when we get out of work. All right.
Happy hour.
And then if things go well, hey, do you want to grab dinner? I actually reserved us a table.
Oh.
One that you can say, hey, let's sit down and let's take us to the next step, which is dinner. Maybe, I don't know, who knows?
Maybe
Next
dessert,
step.
maybe
dessert.
else.
All right.
Dessert, hey.
Yeah.
There you go.
I agree with you, John. As a girl, I think that is totally acceptable. I
Yeah.
actually like that because, okay, on the apps, I've never actually been on them, but you can talk and look a certain way. And if you go and you don't
Right.
actually have a good connection, it is an easy way to say, like, you know what? Thank you for the drinks. I'm out. And then also it's easy to say, hey, this went really well. Should we have some dinner? Do you want to get some appetizers? Do you want whatever? It can extend to more.
I think if this is an online dating sort of thing or an app dating sort of thing, I think it's 100% the way to go. If it's you're somebody in your life that you have known an acquaintance or you've met through other friends, you know them a little bit more, you've had actual human interaction with them, then I think dinner, that's the route you go for the first date is dinner because you know more about them. And I just think that's a little bit easier.
I think dinner is more formal as
It
opposed to
depends where
drinks
dinner
is more
is.
casual.
Yeah.
But drinks are low pressure. And you have a drink or two, you loosen up, and you see if you connect or not. And if you don't, you don't. And you can end that date much easier than you're midway through dinner and you are not compatible or you don't like the other person or they don't look like whatever the reason is.
Yeah.
Drinks are the move.
I think it's all about your hopes of what this individual is. If you have no idea, it's drinks, it's coffee, it's whatever. If you're like, okay, you know what? Hey, maybe this could be something. Then maybe it's Dan Campbell's Applebee's. If it's somebody that you're like, I really am trying to make an impression, then it's Capitol Grill or something of that nature.
This next one, inheritance. Dear John, last fall, my wife's dad passed away suddenly. He was a kind, funny man and very generous. My wife's an only child, and her mom passed away when she was younger, so he left us everything. Home, boat, couple classic cars, assets over $1 million. My wife wants to use the money for her to retire, but would expect me to keep working for a while longer. For context, we're both in our early 50s. She wants to enjoy life more, and the money is from her family. I just think it's selfish to expect me to keep working when we could both work a little longer and retire when it makes sense for both of us as a team. How would you handle this?
Get over yourself. Keep working. It's all a matter of conversation. What are conversations you've had to this point about money? And money is one of the great debates in almost any relationship, especially a marriage. And if you don't have that sorted out by that time, I mean, it's time to have those conversations. And you certainly tell her how you feel, but reserve the right to let her say, this is from my family. It's my money, and I'm going to retire, but you need to keep up your end of the bargain. I have no problem either way.
I mean, it's her dad's money.
Yeah.
Like, it is her father's money. I do agree with you, John. You have to have a conversation, right? You're in a relationship together. There's got to be a good conversation about how you're going to use this money, but it ultimately...
Did you say how long they've been married?
It doesn't say.
Okay, because that could be another game
I don't
changer
know.
as well. I mean, if you haven't been married that long, or if you're in a place in your marriage where you're like, I don't really know if this is going to finish well, certainly you keep it on your side.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough. It's his money once it's inherited. If they get divorced, he gets half of it, right?
That's not necessarily true.
It would depend, right?
But, well, it's not. Yes, it would be assets that were attained during the course of the marriage, but it's there are some legalese there.
Yeah, I guess I just look at it like you guys are partners.
Mhm.
You're a team. You should be on the same team. And I would feel weird forcing my partner to work if they didn't want to and you had the means to not work. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're also in their 50s. Like, I mean, I understand everybody
They're
wants to
close
retire.
retirement age.
Yeah.
One could retire before the other.
Or scale back.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's normal.
I get what you're saying. I understand. I think a good conversation would have to come of this.
Yes.
Last
All right.
one.
Getting back at my husband. Dear John, my husband is taking a trip with his guy friends later this month out to Colorado to go on a snowboarding trip for 4 days. While I believe it's healthy and I'm happy for him to get away and have some fun, that means I'm going to be left alone with our 2 kids who are both under 5 years old. He says that I should go and schedule a girls' trip for this spring, so it's fair. But John, I don't really want to do that. It's not something I desire to go do. Plus, I don't exactly trust him to be on top of everything with the kids. What's the best way to handle this?
First of all, trust your husband to be on top of everything with the kids. It's okay if he calls in reserves, mom, dad, grandma, grandpa. I'm like, all of these things are great to resources to be able to have. And it's not his fault if the other partner doesn't want to take a trip. Doesn't mean he shouldn't. In fact, there are a lot of times when I go away for a fishing trip, I understand it puts a lot of pressure on my wife. Mm-hmm. When I come home, I am a much nicer individual for a much more extended period of time because I've had the opportunity to hang out with my buddies, to do something that I have a great passion for. And so I think there's a little bit of a give and take, but I think the main thing is this individual either needs to find a way to take time for herself. If it's not a girls' trip, in other ways, and it doesn't have to be a 4-day trip. It doesn't have to be 4 days in a row. It can be other times where, hey, I'm going to be gone for a day because I'm going to the spa, or I'm going to go get my hair done, or I need a girls' day to myself, and trust him to have all the bases covered. They're his kids too. He loves them just as much. He may not do it the way mom wants to do it, but it will get done.
Yeah, I think if you're a parent, you don't get enough free time. Anything you can do to carve out and help the other person out. It might not be a 4 or 5 day vacay to Miami with the girls, but if it could be a day, a half day, an evening.
More than happy to jump in, take care of all the stuff, and hey, you need your time as well.
I agree. The wife does deserve, at least 4 days to herself.
But it doesn't have to be at the same time. Yeah.
No, not at all.
And yeah, the big thing here is husband's got to be able to take care of his own kids without mom.
Yes, there's no question. And I have full faith that this individual would be able to do that.
All right, that's Dear John. It's 97.1. Pistons win going away. Mark Champion on the call. They've won 5 in a row, and the year of Detroit continues. Not a loss between the Pistons, Red Wings, or Lions. Good morning, winners. See how long it lasts, but it's a good time right now. And it does feel like the Pistons are doing everything right, to the point where I'm starting to remind people, if they play well enough to make the playoffs, they actually lose their first-round pick.
Right.
They owe it to the Knicks in the next couple seasons here.
It's a little different losing your first-round pick than losing a coordinator, but it is the price of being a good team.
And
having to live with bad deals that were made before.
And what am I supposed to say? Miss the playoffs so you can get in the lottery again?
Right,
no,
yeah.
let's see Cade, turn the corner, some vets, some shooting, all that good stuff. We have some ticket text from Dear John, and at 9:35, we are going to get back into that coordinator conversation. If Spielman were to take the Jets gig, and he's interviewing for it, which coordinator would you want him to take? Well, I guess which one don't you want him to take? However you want to answer that. But he may want Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn. Which one do you hope he takes? We'll get to that at 9:35. On the ticket text, people are fixated on the inheritance question. That one is the messiest one. Texter says, it's funny how you're married and everything is our money. Then an inheritance is involved and it's my money. Texter says that woman...
Money equals emotion, and especially death and family. It's like there's a lot more going on than just money.
Well, but she wants to use the money to retire early while her husband doesn't.
Slaves away.
Right.
Makes all the money.
But from her point of view, it's emotional because it's money from dad.
And the perspective, I think the person said, of like trying to like get the most out of your life, and maybe she doesn't want to be working, but you have to make the decision jointly.
Sure. Yeah, there needs to be much more communication than it sounds like has been going on.
And I think Helen would be like, you know what? Good for you.
Right.
Like, please go and retire. I don't know. There's a different looking at it that way too. I don't know.
I don't know on this. I feel strongly if you share, you share.
Yeah.
Again, there is emotion attached to this, and it might be a decision that, hey, right now, because of the emotion and the inheritance and everything you got to do to first of all get to the point where you actually inherit it, because it doesn't just happen overnight. There's a whole bunch of BS you got to go through, even if it's done the right way before somebody passes. In another year, in another 2 years, I think the emotion becomes more logical, and then I think it may not happen right away, but I think there will be some sharing that does eventually happen.
Texter says that woman inheriting the money is selfish. Simple as that. You don't treat your spouse like that. That's terrible. Signed, Duffy. I do think it's selfish. They're married. They are sharing in life.
I could see that. There's an aspect of that, sure.
Yeah. This one says, my parents retired at separate times. It's all about financial means. Yeah, I don't think most people retire at the exact same time, right?
No.
So you got to figure it all out together. This one says, as an attorney, listening to your conversation about the inheritance, as long as the person who inherits the money keeps it in a separate account and never commingles it with marital assets, it would remain theirs indefinitely and not have to be split in a divorce. I don't know how true that is, but that's one attorney's interpretation.
Things get messy.
Yeah, that's why I said it could get pretty messy. This one says, holy cow, John and Heather's take on inheritance is insane. When you get married, you're a team. You share everything. If the man inherited the money and said he wants to retire while the wife works into her 50s and 60s, it would not go over nearly as well. Absolutely not.
Well, it all. What were the decisions you made earlier in your marriage too? Like, if you have kids, did mom stay home with the kids while dad went to work? I mean, that's something that is something, or vice versa. We see it now as well, where dad sometimes stays home and mom goes to work. Like, there's just a lot of things a lot of details about this relationship that we're not privy to. In regards to dad leaving, there's some on Twitch, and again, we encourage you to tune us, look at us if you want to see us, see what we look like, see what's going on in the studio here. Twitch.tv.
What a sales pitch! Stare at us.
Yeah. On Twitch, why are people having kids with someone they don't trust to leave the kids with? This is not the first time I've heard this. Blows my mind. And then it other people are popping in. Mom goes away for the weekend and comes back to dad buying a trampoline for the kids. It's probably that kind of thing.
Exactly.
When mom's away,
yeah,
very different.
Yeah, the kids will play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, John, the sales pitch of you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. You can stare at us like we're zoo animals.
So I actually it was a 2-shot, and then I said, hey, you can see what we look like, and all of a sudden somebody pops on Heather.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Now they can see all three of us.
Quick phone call before the news. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, man, this burns me up sometimes because I keep thinking about it. What if it was the other way around? Can you imagine, John, if you won $1 million and you told your wife, look, you keep working, I'm going to retire? Hell no. She would be like, get out of here. You're crazy. I'm not doing it. So when I look at it like that, it's a double standard set here because there's no way that you'll be able to retire like that and your wife to keep working. That's ludicrous. She wouldn't allow it. I don't know your wife would. I'm just saying in general that, the chauvinistic world we live in, even though women want to be equal, if this happened and you said, I want money, you keep working, you're probably in divorce court because that's not going to happen.
Well, okay, so you're changing the equation when you're talking about winning the lottery. I think that's a completely...
Well, no, it's a windfall. It's a financial windfall.
But if my wife were to inherit money from her family, I would want her to determine what she would do with that. And if for her it's, hey, she's going to retire. Part of it is I love my jobs, and so I want to keep working. But if you didn't, if you hated your job, and I mean, there's other issues.
You get resentful if you didn't like your job, and your partner was sitting by the pool.
It does change. I think money is emotional, and there is emotion when it is your dad that dies. Like if that were to happen for my wife, I would first of all give her the time to make that decision, and then it's her family, it's her family's money. It's obviously going to benefit you in some way, shape, or form or another, but let her decide what she wants to do.
It does indirectly benefit you at the very least. I understand that point. Texter, this is interesting. As a female, I think she's going to leave him. Call me a skeptic. That's the different take on the ticket text. She doesn't want to share because she's got an exit strategy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like she money she don't know about.
All right, let's get to Heather's news.
I've never heard that.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, yeah, she money she don't know about.
How much money does Colin have squirreled away somewhere?
I don't know. Yeah, your little rainy day fund.
I have no idea. We don't share bank accounts.
I just blew your mind, didn't I?
I have no idea.
Yeah, so all his money is she money.
Apparently it is.
Yeah.
All my money is my
he money. Yeah, money he don't know about.
Okay, he money. Yeah, exactly.
John's had quite the segment. Either she money or, hey, see what we look like.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, you got to put those on, Stoney.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. At least, okay, yeah. If you're watching on Twitch, want to see what we look like, here's Stoney doing a segment.
He always has his headphones super low over his veil.
Why do they keep falling in my eyes?
My hair. All right, you guys, here's the news. Travis Kelce is setting the record straight when it comes to rumors that the Chiefs lost to the Broncos to keep the Bengals out. So during his New Heights podcast, he rejected the rumors and said he isn't scared of anyone.
Yep. He must want to play Detroit.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
For sure.
In a Walmart parking lot.
Yeah. And I don't think, it had nothing to do with who gets in, who doesn't get in. To play a division rival at the end of the season, no one wants to get blown out or lose. It didn't matter to them. They already had the 1 seed.
Yeah.
There is, listening to this clip, there's something that I discovered that Travis Kelce, when he gets that kind of elevated voice, he does sound like someone that we know. It's a former NFL player. And John, you're familiar with him too. Now, I don't have the sound to comp with this, but he kind of sounds like Strahan to me.
Oh, sure.
He does?
Yeah, Strahan just sounds like a whiny bitch.
A little bit, yeah.
That's a little bit of white Strahan there.
A little bit.
Could be.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I hear it. You're not crazy.
No, not at all. At least one Michigan football captain will return in 2025. Max Bredesen announced on social media Wednesday afternoon that he will not enter his name into the 2025 NFL draft, but rather return to Ann Arbor for a 5th and final season with the Wolverines. Made a social media post that said, Team 146, let's do it. Go Blue.
One of my favorite Wolverines of all time, him and his brother. I mean, to have two captains in the same family, Ben originally and now Max, but I love watching Max Bredesen play football. He is as old school. And the compliment that I used to love when I played was he could have played with me. When some of the old timers would say that, I would have loved to have had Max Bredesen on our team. It would have been very Aaron Shea-esque.
I thought you were going to say the highest compliment you could have paid to someone is he's just a football player.
Yeah, he's good at football. Yeah, no, he's a badass. Where Max Bredesen goes, the ball goes as well.
Finally, it is officially Girl Scout cookie season.
Yes!
And all the classics are going to be returning, but this will be the final run, the final year for two beloved cookies. This year is the final year for the s'mores cookies and the Toastiers. So if those are your favorite, you might want to stock up, keep a freezer supply, because this is it. So this is actually the first year the Girl Scouts have announced that a flavor is being discontinued, so that you do have some time to make sure you get your favorites in. But of course, you can buy them anywhere basically now. And I love that because of social media, my friends are posting videos of their daughters selling them instead of going door to door like it used to be when I was little. They're just doing it online.
There's only one that matters.
Agreed.
There's a couple.
It's the Samoas, and I mean they could discontinue all the rest of them. I don't care, but I cannot wait. And with the new address, I'm just hoping that we get one of them that does actually go door to door.
That's so rare.
But it's so cool.
It is.
I love it when they knock on the door.
It is, but it's rare.
Yeah.
As long as they
yours?
keep the Thin Mints, that's all that matters.
No, I don't. Did you freeze them?
Oh, I love them from the freezer.
They're the best from the freezer if you're going to do mine.
Sure, if you like eating toothpaste.
I've always loved the tag-alongs. Those are my favorites, but they don't put enough peanut butter in anymore. Like I feel like they've downsized.
Skimping you.
I feel like it.
It becomes your dipper. You get some peanut butter in
Okay,
a bowl.
sure.
You
Yes.
dip it. Now you get to add your own.
That is
and
good.
Have as much as you want.
That's a good idea.
That's what I do with the Thin Mints and toothpaste.
You dip them in peanut butter?
No, he dips them in toothpaste.
Oh.
Yes. We'll explain all our jokes for you.
Let's head her with the news.
It's going away.
She's got the headphone visor. All right, coming up next, if Spielman takes the Jets job and he takes Glenn or Ben Johnson, which one do you hope he takes? It's 97.1. Today, Thursday, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson going to start their round of interviews all across the NFL. There are 6 openings, and maybe 7 depending on what happens with Dallas down the road. But Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn are hot commodities. And they're not the only Lions personnel. Chris Spielman, who previously said he did not want to be a general manager, didn't feel he was qualified. Maybe that's changed. He's going to interview for the New York Jets open general manager job. And on first blush, we all need to get used to this. This is flattering. This is what happens when you have a good football team. Some people, it's not fair. We're not. This is what happens when you have a good football team. If Chris Spielman takes the Jets job, he may want to keep continuity with Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn. And our question to you is, if he leaves, who do you hope he takes between the two of them? 248-539-9797. We'll take those phone calls. We'll take those ticket texts. And for me, I would rather he take Aaron Glenn. The Lions' success is defined by their offense. Jared Goff's resurgence has been in this offense. If you lose Aaron Glenn, you will be compensated a third-round draft choice, and you keep the strength of the team offense. That's not a knock on Aaron Glenn. I think he's going to be a hell of a head coach. I think he's done a great job with very little on this defense. But if I could only keep one of the coordinators, I actually would keep Ben Johnson over Aaron Glenn. 248-539-9797.
I would probably err on the other side, where Aaron Glenn has done more with less. And I still think this is Dan Campbell's offense. We saw it with Anthony Lynn, didn't like the way it was going. And it didn't it get better that year when Dan Campbell, who had not, and admittedly, not been a play caller, his concepts, his offense, but hadn't been a play caller, there's certainly a rhythm to it. And Ben Johnson has a great rhythm to it, but I think it's all Dan Campbell's offense. It's his vision and it's his direction that Ben Johnson is following.
It's his offense, it's his principles, but Ben Johnson took it to another level. I mean, they've only hit higher heights. I mean, the creativity with some of these plays. I mean, maybe they're Dan Campbell designs for all we know.
Well, we've also heard, hey, all players could submit trick plays.
Right, but my point is a lot of this like rugby style catch and toss and fun. Like Ben Johnson, I think gets credit for that, right? The install, the offense that he's running. They aren't going to collapse if he leaves, but I'd love to keep the strength. We talk about it with the offensive line. It's the offense as a whole. Give me Ben Johnson with this O-line with Jared Goff, and they're in it even with 22 guys injured. Like the idea would be, okay, I don't want to lose Aaron Glenn, but I'll get Aiden Hutchinson back next year. You know what I'm saying? Like I, in theory, won't be this banged up next year on defense, and if I have this offense, I can keep humming the way I am.
And I would probably feel differently if Dan Campbell was a defensive-minded coach. He's an offensive-minded coach. This is his offense. It's his vision, and the vision wasn't coming to fruition with the first coordinator, so he replaced him. And now it's operating as Dan Campbell sees fit. Now it would be up to him to find somebody else that could operate under his parameters and his tutelage. But with Aaron Glenn, like it's I think it's more of a roll of the dice because obviously Dan knows both sides of the ball. He knows special teams. It's kind of it's tough to say that, it's not his specialty. Let's just say it that way. So if he goes with a Robert Saleh or he goes with any other name that people have thrown out to replace Aaron Glenn, even though Aaron Glenn is still employed by the Detroit Lions, it's going to be more of a gamble because Dan's not going to have – it's not like he's going to fire the defense coordinator and take over defensive play calling.
Correct. But I trust Dan Campbell to fill out the defensive staff. Like, this is the bigger picture is I trust Dan Campbell if he loses these coordinators to keep the ship on its course. He hired Terrell Williams last year, a D-line coach from outside the organization, and it was seen as an upgrade hire. And I'm not telling you it's easy to upgrade from Aaron Glenn. My point is I trust Dan Campbell has connections outside of the Lions' walls and can bring good people into the organization. I mean, that's the whole point.
Well, and here's the thing. When you have good players on the defensive side of the ball, when you have a winning organization, there are going to be more coordinators that would probably look at, or more assistant coaches or coordinators that are currently not employed that would say, hey, Dan, pick up the phone. Dan, how you doing, bud? Yeah. I'd like to interview for that job.
It's attractive.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you're going to get a chance to pick from some of the best. And it doesn't mean you wouldn't have that same opportunity offensively. When you look at what Jared Goff has done, the weapons that are surrounded Jared Goff, the offensive line. And especially for anybody that would want to come into the Detroit Lions organization to be a play caller on either side of the ball, you're going to continue to get good players because Brad Holmes drafts so well.
I think another thing to watch for here is the rumors, and I stress they're rumors, and they weren't all accurate last year with Ben Johnson. But one of the rumors is that he wants, like any coach, continuity with the GM and the head coach. And if Chicago's bringing back Ryan Poles, and that appears to be what they're doing, and if Jacksonville's keeping Trent Baalke, appears to be what they're doing.
I didn't know that Chris Spielman might be looking.
That's where I'm going with this. Does that change the equation now, where Ben Johnson and Spielman may team up somewhere, New York or otherwise? Does it open up more landing places for Ben Johnson? Or conversely, if Spielman doesn't get the Jets job and those GMs don't get let go, Glenn is maybe more portable than Johnson, who will be choosier, pickier.
Right.
And you may keep Ben Johnson from his own choices.
Yeah.
Whereas it feels like Aaron Glenn's going to be gone. And again, you get an extra draft pick for Brad Holmes to tinker with in the draft.
There's a lot of moving parts, let's just say, because we just found out yesterday that Chris Spielman is going to interview with the New York Jets for their open spot as general manager. If he gets that job, I would think every Lions fan's antenna would go up and say, who's he taking with him? Yep. Who's he taking from the front office? Because he's not going to go in there blind.
No.
He's going to bring people that he trusts, and you're not going to be able to take everybody, but you want to take enough people so that you can instill the same culture there that you have here. And then what do you do with the coaching staff? Are you able to pry away Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson because it's somebody that you have a relationship with? Going into it, this is what they like, this is what they don't like, this is how they want to operate. Here are the best players to work in their system. And now all of a sudden it does increase the odds that not only would you lose a coordinator, but you might lose a large part of the defensive staff along with it.
When you look at great teams, they lose coordinators. Mm-hmm. And I give you the example in college, Nick Saban damn near every year was swapping out an OC, a DC, or sometimes both.
Cost of doing business.
Andy Reid in the NFL, how many of his coordinators have left, and Kansas City is Kansas City?
Yeah, some have left and come back.
Exactly, and you can't rule that out either. If Dan Campbell is the culture builder we say he is, if he's truly the coach of the year, if he's more than some meathead, which I think he is, he will continue to fill out this staff. They'll lose continuity if they lose one or both these guys. And it may take some time to get back up to this level if they lose these guys, but they're not going to fall off the face of the earth. They've got stability at head coach and general manager. So whether they lose Spielman or Johnson or Glenn, I want to stress to people, it's going to be okay.
That's why
we're new to this, but it's going to be okay.
You basically just defined the adjustment period.
Yeah.
The adjustment period offensively, I think, would be easier because it is Dan Campbell's offense, and the vision, the guidance, all of that stuff would be easier to remain with some continuity versus on the defensive side.
Let's get to the phone calls. 248-539-9797. Jay in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
I would much rather Ben Johnson leave for two reasons. I don't think with the talent we got on offense, anything could derail this offense as far as like the level that they play at or the talent that we have on it. But on defense, I like the idea of having a guy that can work miracles with game plans, whether it's injuries or anything else. Aaron Glenn has shown that, no matter what situation he's in, he can come up with something. Ben Johnson, we haven't had to, but we haven't seen him in a situation where it was injuries. Like, everything's worked perfectly for him this year for the most part. And the other reason why is I think Aaron Glenn's going to end up being a better coach. Like, I don't like the Jets, and I think Ben Johnson's a good offensive mind, but honestly, the one thing that separates this Lions team and the one thing that everybody will want to create, I don't think he creates, which is the culture that Dan Campbell created where everybody will run through a wall for him. So I think he'll end up being like a great X and O guy, offensive guy, but I don't think he's going to end up being, as good a head coach as Aaron Glenn, because I feel like Aaron Glenn is more in the mode of Dan Campbell.
More the intangibles, right? More the former player relates to Ticket texters on all this coaching rumor. Next man up theory applies to the assistants too, John. They've got guys ready. They've been groomed to take over for Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn.
It's all part of the equation.
It's not a surprise that these guys are hot commodities. Ben Johnson was a year ago, and the job Aaron Glenn's done, it's undeniable. The whole defense is injured. And he's put out some great game plans, and he's kept them in some games, and he's done a lot with a little. Former player, coordinator for a few years now, and seems to have the temperament to be a head coach. And with Ben Johnson, everybody's enamored with the Lions offense. It's what makes them go. And we asked you, if you're going to lose one of them, you may lose both, but if you're going to lose one of them, who's the one you'd rather lose? And we use the example of Chris Spielman interviewing with the Jets. It would make sense if he got a general manager job, he would look to hire one of those assistants. 248-539-9797. We've also got tonight, John, the kickoff of 5 straight nights of playoff football.
It's going to be amazing.
Now, did everybody on the show pick Notre Dame tonight? I think so.
Yeah, I think
yes,
so.
Greg is giving us the thumbs up. Everybody took the Irish tonight.
Not surprising. And it's, I think some of it is, it's the defensive matchup. There's Katron Allen, Singleton, Drew Allard. Like the offense has some weapons for Penn State. For Notre Dame, sure, they've got offenses, they got weapons offensively, but it really comes down to what their defense has been elite almost all season, save that NIU game. And so I think that's a lot of what people are looking at. And then you take a look at the biggest question mark coming into the season was you lose Alt in the draft. You lose a couple of players. They've got freshmen that have stepped in or young players that have stepped in on the offensive line and have grown throughout the course of the year but are playing very well.
John, I remember when you picked the Texas A&M Notre Dame game and you said freshman, sophomore,
Right.
junior.
Yeah,
and those guys are playing well.
They're playing really well. And so that, again, defensively for Penn State, they've got some talent over there. They are really a talented defense. But I think the Notre Dame team is a better team. It's a better coach team, and I think they're gonna get it done.
And when Notre Dame is in a little bit of trouble or they need 5 or 6 yards to pick up a third down or get into a more comfortable field goal range, they go to Riley Leonard with his legs.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, I think it's going to be a low-scoring, closer game. These are two good defenses. So then you look at things like the quarterback. I don't think either has become a polished passer like they would have liked. But one, Riley Leonard, can extend plays with his feet.
Mm-hmm.
And coaching, you mentioned the coaching edge. Do I really trust James Franklin as an underdog in a top 10 matchup? I mean, I don't even have to pull the numbers up. You guys know it's going to be a small number than a big number. Yeah. Very few wins, a lot of losses. I don't think they're going to get separation on the outside. I don't think Aller's going to hit big shots down the field. I think they're going to get bogged down, and Notre Dame can stop the run. And I trust them to make 1 or 2 more plays, critical third down, red zone, and win the game.
And special teams.
Yeah.
We saw, the way that they came out of the second half, last week, it's clearly that they have an advantage at special teams as well. If you could take it to the house, that's always a threat.
5 nights of football. Tonight, you get the Orange Bowl. What?
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just taking a sip of my drink. You said, hey, it's 5 nights of football. Hell yeah. The last night I sat in bed flipping through the channels, and I mentioned I was stuck watching college basketball, USC and Indiana.
Why were you watching that?
Well, because I like watching sports.
I know, but of all things, like how late were you
Greg,
up?
You raised your hand.
John, I'm wondering if you are running into this problem. And Jim, I can ask you this as well. Like Michigan played USC over the weekend, got a big road win.
Right.
I'm used to Michigan USC football.
Yeah.
Conference game. I'm used to that.
Yeah.
Michigan USC basketball. I'm not used to that being a conference game now.
No, and USC, obviously Indiana, not thinking it's a conference game. Obviously it is.
Conference game.
Yep.
My brain, we're just into January and it's all conference play at this point, so it makes the transition a little easier.
Sure. But yeah, I'm just looking for sports to watch. And the Pistons game,
they wrapped up at before 10 o'clock.
But the thing about the Pistons game was it was, in a good way, wasn't intriguing.
Yeah.
They had that under control. All right. I could change the channel, see what else is on. And there's no college football. There's no NFL football. I was so disappointed. It kind of hit me. And then as I said it out loud to Lisa, I'm like, I'm so disappointed that there's no football on. She said, it's Wednesday. During the football season, there was nothing on Wednesday night either. I know, but part of it was the anticipation of 5 nights of playoff football.
Yeah. Cotton Bowl, Orange Bowl, well, other way around. Orange Bowl, then Cotton Bowl, and then all the NFL stuff all weekend long. So
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
We'll have picks tomorrow on the big games. We've already picked some of the college games, but the NFL is going to be a big focus tomorrow. Who do you want to play? All the fun stuff and more.
Yeah.
Karsh and Anderson are coming into the studio. What's going on, guys?
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
It's cold out.
It's stupid cold out.
I was going to have a doctor write a note for me.
Single digits?
I think when I pulled in, it was 14.
Oh, okay, so it's
double
warmed
digits.
up.
It was
Yeah.
like 3 when we were out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it was.
It's a little low.
freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was like a dozen degrees when I went to bed last night, and it had to be colder. Yeah, no, nobody likes it that cold. Winter is fine; it's a season, and
Make it nice.
There's stuff to do, but if I'm going to have winter, I want to see snow. You know, I don't want to
If
deal
we're
with it
gonna-
on the roads. I want to
Right.
see it, and then the cold is that's just, it gets below a point.
Well, we were talking about this off air the other day. I'm somebody kind of like Doug. I like winter. I like to be able to play in winter. If I can't play, then I don't want it.
Yeah.
So if it's whether it's skiing, it's snowmobiling, it's ice fishing, and that's why I say, when it's cold and it's cold all day, we're making ice. It's an opportunity to get out there and have some fun. I just don't get that opportunity right now.
Yeah, and look, it's hard to complain today when you see what's going on in California. You feel guilty about even mentioning it because it's just catastrophic what's happening there. And then if you go 100 miles south of here or whatever in the next week, there's like ridiculous snowstorms.
Snow
or
and
whatever.
ice.
So we're okay. It's just it's a minor complaint.
Yes.
It's a gripe.
It's a gripe.
It's your God-given right.
I had to
complain
start my
about anything you
car
want.
today.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing today?
Well, plenty of football, obviously, with the college playoffs continuing tonight. Lions, there's all kinds of adjacent storylines now with the Spielman talk. So we'll get into that. We got the Blitz thingy at 10:30. Might have a Who's on Top a little bit later on. So excited, ready to go.
Karsh and Anderson next, 97.1.
We're just never quite ready now. There's,
No.
there's a major office renovation going on, and so we have lost all our desk space. And so basically everything you bring into the office, you have to carry with you everywhere you go. And like I can't one of the printers out there isn't working. And so you got to print everything, reprint everything up, and just moving stuff around. And the next thing I know, I hear the open music, and I'm like, I'm not ready yet.
No, I haven't even logged onto a computer
Still
here yet.
trying to get my headset plugged in, but
It's okay.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, another win last night for the Pistons.
5 in a row for them. They're
we'll get to
above
them a little bit
500.
later on. I mean,
Like
you
it.
know, it's a nice developing story.
It is a nice developing story.
So, good for them, and some observations about this team.
And then I woke up this morning and start going through some prep work and come across a Free Press article that I did not like one bit.
Spielman story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating in this regard, and I don't know quite how to properly characterize how important this is. But there's a chance that the Detroit Lions lose both coordinators. There's no telling if those coordinators then proceed to take coaches with them. You know, if Aaron Glenn is raving about how Calvin Shepard is ready to be a defensive coordinator and Aaron Glenn becomes a head coach, does Calvin Shepard become his defensive coordinator?
Only if the Lions don't want him to be their defensive coordinator.
Which is possible. Would Ben Johnson make Mark Brunell his offensive coordinator? Then you start getting into yesterday, you're talking about John Dorsey being gone as a possibility. And now we see Chris Spielman is interviewing for the head coach or for the GM position with the New York Jets.
And should not be surprised at all. And yet I was a little surprised, and then I was pissed at myself for not thinking about Spielman.
Well, here's the thing about this. If there's anyone in the organization that is dedicated to being a lifer, it's Chris Spielman. Now, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with Chris Spielman seeking other opportunities.
Right.
But out of all the people that we have to be worried about, and I mean, Spielman would be the guy who I would think would be least likely or most influenced by wanting to be in the Detroit Lions organization.
I would agree with that because it feels like, and again, this is our speculation, but it feels like this is the guy that really, got it started because Sheila turned to him and said, "Hey, what's your thoughts?" And then he unleashed what his thoughts were. That's our speculation on how things went. And, he's ours. It's our guy. This is organically Detroit because they drafted him back in, 1988 or whatever it was. That's our guy. Now, did he spend time with a couple other organizations after he left the Lions with an injury? Yeah, he did. And boy, we were glad to get him back. And it's been so refreshing having him back with the organization. And then to read this morning that the Jets want to interview him for their GM job, I'm like, oh no. Because I think he'd be a spectacular choice. He's been behind the scenes for years. His brother was a successful general manager, so he always had that kind of insight and knows the preparation and all that stuff. And look, maybe because he hasn't been a GM before, maybe that's going to be his downfall with this possibility of a job that's going to, ultimately X him out. But, you got to take a chance on somebody at some point, like the Lions did on Brad Holmes, and they hit. And if I'm the Jets and I'm like, oh, yeah, what about Chris Spielman?
Well, what's interesting about
it's
Spielman,
almost like, damn it.
I'm not even sure what Spielman does.
Right, we don't really know.
And I don't want to lose him.
No, not at all. I feel like he's extraordinarily valuable. He's integral.
Okay.
In this organization. And there might be a lot of stuff that's just not tangible, but you just say Spielman and it screams credibility.
So you go offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, the possibility of losing position coaches. You mentioned John Dorsey, who could get plucked. He's a veteran NFL front office guy who works in player personnel. Now Chris Spielman might be gone. He is listed as the special assistant to the president. He's interviewing with the Jets. Might be gone is probably strong. I probably shouldn't say might be gone. He's interviewing for another job.
And to our knowledge, nobody's talked to John Dorsey. It's just a name I brought up because I thought this would be probably a guy that I would target if I were another team.
Yeah, when you brought up John Dorsey yesterday, the name that came to my mind, Gator, was Ray Agnew. He's the assistant GM. Why wouldn't he be on someone's radar or someone's list to interview?
Yep.
No one's off limits when you're this good, right? When you're building something that the entire league is taking notice of, no one. I mean, people are going to come by and they're going to try to pick you off, man. No one is off limits, guys.
Do you remember a year ago Didn't somebody make a run at Disney?
Yeah.
I remember that. Like it was quick Google search.
Wasn't the NFL, was it?
Hold on for a second. AFC team predicted to poach front office exec from the Lions and hire Ben Johnson. That's not a thing. Detroit Lions COO Mike Disner will return to team.
Yeah,
withdrew his name
I
for
remember
consideration with the Panthers job. Okay, so got it. We understand that we have, for the first time in our lives, the Detroit Lions are the model franchise that people are trying to pluck everybody. We haven't won a Super Bowl. Can you just leave us alone and then pluck away? But let the Lions, with the core of people that everybody wants now, can't we at least get one of those?
Well, they can. And you know, nobody's going to get hired yet. And then as we get, get closer and closer to the Lions actually
what do you
playing
mean by
games.
that?
Well, nobody's going to hire Ben Johnson this weekend because they did the interview with him. It's not going to happen this weekend.
They can.
They won't.
Why?
Because it's not how it works, Doug. You know that's not how it works.
Actually, no. People take jobs that they leave for all the time before their season is done.
I think you go through multiple interviews. I don't think it happens this weekend. If a team wants to get him, if the Bears want to get him, because guess who's number one odds to land a Bears job again? It's no longer Cliff Kingsbury.
What happened?
I don't know, but it's Ben Johnson now. As things have shifted with the addition of the Raiders looking for a new head coach. So the odds are now that Ben Johnson's the number one guy in Chicago. I just don't think it happens this weekend. I think the Bears, because I saw a list the other day reported it was like 15 names long that the Bears are scheduling interviews with. They're doing their due diligence. They're going to turn over every stone that they can. And I imagine that lots of teams are taking that approach. I just think it's way too early to go ahead and name a guy this weekend. For a guy who's probably really preoccupied right now, I would imagine. You know, I think if you want Ben Johnson, maybe it just behooves you to wait it out until the season ends.
Well,
see what I did there? Come on, Doug.
You
know what I'm
guys-
saying? Come on, Doug. Come on.
I mean, you're selling it hard, but I don't. This is starting to concern me a little bit.
Yeah,
what's concerning a little bit?
Yeah, what?
All of the job. What I want here is to win a Super Bowl, okay?
Right.
And none of this impacts this year's kick at the can because nobody's going to leave,
right?
You know, and if Chris Spielman leaves now, it doesn't really impact this year's kick at the can either.
Correct.
But we finally have done so good. We finally have this thing set up where and I don't want to see it get rated. I don't know what the tolerances are here, how much they can withstand before this really starts to concern me.
We all had to expect this. This is what happens in really good organizations, is that you set a template, you follow it through, and just as you're starting to see the returns, I mean, it's back-to-back NFC North Division titles. They went from whatever they were last year, the 4 seed or whatever it was, to now they're the number 1 seed. It's progression. It's progression every year. They've gotten better. It only makes sense that teams are going to look around and say, oh, what are they doing? Oh, my God, they're doing things really well. They draft well. They coach well. The coordinators are really good. They get hurt. They overcome adversity. They don't worry about the obstacles of the challenges. They just knock them down. How do we emulate that? It's going to happen. What you hope doesn't happen, and what my concern is with all this, I don't worry so much about the coordinators leaving. If they're leaving, it's their choice. It's their choice to leave. So and I think there are in-house people that could take over those jobs and be fine, or if they want to go outside the organization, they'll be fine with that. I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about, the only concern I have, is that all of this can somehow be a distraction and somehow their eyes are no longer on the prize because, guys like us will ask Jared Goff on the interview, hey, did you see what happened to Ben Johnson? And he's quick to have the answer. And it's not going to stop with us. It'll continue on. Everybody's going to, hey, Ben Johnson just finished 4 interviews. You worry? These guys are going to hear the same questions over and over again. And at some point, they're going to get pissed. And does it serve as a distraction? And this is where Dan Campbell comes in to try to impress upon everybody. Do not let this be a distraction. This is outside stuff, and what happens, happens. But we're all focused on the same goal here: winning the next game and achieving our ultimate goal of winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, look, I'm concerned about losing a bunch of people. I'm not concerned about losing any individual. My guess is they're going to lose somebody. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And what I'm getting concerned is lose both coordinators, lose assistant coach, lose assistant GM, lose lose a Chris Spielman. You take away a big chunk of what they have done, and I don't want this to be one kick at the can. That's tomorrow's problem. Because I think
that's February's problem.
Yeah, and that's an issue that's down the road. But it felt like we had this thing set up to roll for a while, and it doesn't mean we're doomed. Okay, don't get me wrong. I just think that's that's a big hit if they start losing that many people.
I think you're concerned about the volume, right? I think Doug, that this happens.
Yep.
But it's kind of like teams get chipped away at, but you feel like they're coming after everybody.
They're coming after everybody. They are. They're coming after everybody.
You guys probably forgot this. They lost someone last year to the Commanders. Remember, they lost one of their scout guys, one of the top scout guys under Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
And so that was just one guy, though. I think this year, though, when you get the number 1 seed and you're the favorite, everyone's coming after your guys.
248-539-9797. Does this stuff bother you? Are you uncomfortable? Who's the guy you most don't want to lose? Feels like everybody's coming after all our guys. Got the Blitz thingy today at 10:30, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it is really cold out there. You want to make sure that your furnace is working properly, that your pipes aren't in danger of freezing, because all that stuff is just absolutely horror stories. They're nightmares. It happens all the time. This is why you see red, white, and blue trucks everywhere. They belong to the awesome folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If you have any issue with that right now, if your house isn't quite getting as hot as you want it to be, or like I said, if you're worried about those pipes, make sure you give them a call. These guys are awesome. They've helped me out at my house a couple of times. I couldn't be happier. And you want to make sure your 2025 is started off right. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google? They are flooded with Google 5-star reviews. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater or boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Look, over the years, you do this long enough, and you start to understand the scouting report on yourself. And then this is another one of those mornings where I'm sure some people are. There goes Doug being a whiny little bitch again. But they haven't even won a Super Bowl, and already they're coming after all our guys.
Ken, get rid of all those texts. We don't need it. Doug just admitted it.
All right, Doug, I just sent you a bunch of whiny little bitch texts. Don't read those.
Okay. But, they got a great chance to win Super Bowls, right? And the people in charge are really, really competent. They've locked up Brad Holmes. They've locked up Dan Campbell, and that's the most important thing. And they've locked up their best players. And maybe that's why I should relax, is because at the end of the day, those are the most important positions, the GM, the coach, and the roster. But the head coach. But losing the coordinators, I mean, if I told you right now Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are coming back, it would feel like reason to celebrate. That's how important it is. And if they come back, I mean, they still could lose some position coaches, but those position coaches are less likely to go and become part of those staffs and coordinator roles or assistant head coach roles or whatever the promotion that they would get. But when you start digging into Dorsey was you. To be fair, that wasn't something that has been reported. You brought it up that it's a fear. Kang brought up Ray Agnew. Carolina already made him run at Mike Disner, and now Chris Spielman is interviewing for the Jets job. Everybody has a right to look out for their own best interest and their family's best interest. The one guy, though, that feels like he'd be a lifer is Spielman. That's the one guy that feels like being a Detroit Lion and in the Lions organization is in his DNA. And that's no criticism of him for taking this interview.
Well, no. I I agree and I disagree with that statement about him seeming like he's a lifer. And we all feel very protective about him because of his playing career here and what a legend he is for the way that he played as a Detroit Lion. But at the same time, he also played for a couple other organizations after he left the Lions. We all love him here because he's part of it. He's with the Lions now. But, by the way, he has been living in Ohio for years, right? And he was a radio host in Ohio and had a college football analyst career. And he has not been a lifer with the Lions. As much as we want him to be and we think that he is, he wasn't. I love Chris Spielman. I don't want him to go, and that one really bummed me out when I read that story today. But at the same time, I also think to myself, my God, it makes a ton of sense. If you're another organization, come sniffing around and, come to the source. See if you can get that guy, or at least, have that guy be a consultant, whatever it is you're doing. They're interviewing for a GM job, and good for Chris if that's what he wants. I don't know what he wants, but if he's taking the interview, seems like that's what he wants.
Well, that's the thing, Gator. I think some people thought that Spielman was kind of a lifer here. Maybe not everybody, but some people. But on top of that is, I'm not sure everyone knew, because they don't know Chris Spielman, but I don't even think that it crossed their mind that he had aspirations of being a GM or a president, And then so when you see and you read the news that he's going to interview with the Jets, you're like, what? I didn't see this coming. I didn't know he wanted to. And it made me think about Ben Johnson when he was asked a couple weeks ago about head coaching positions. And he said, sometimes every man has a desire and an aspiration to find out what he has and what he's made of. And Chris Spielman sounds like he might have that as well. He sees John Lynch and other former players that he played against and goes, hey, I can do this too.
I
want to do this.
Let me ask you this question. It's a bit rhetorical, but do you think Chris Spielman likes taking on challenges?
Yes.
Okay. It shouldn't come as a surprise. And yet I am a little initially surprised, and now the shock is kind of wearing off. I'm like, okay, this is the cost of doing business when you're a really good organization and you have really good people that you're not going to be able to hang on to them. It just doesn't happen unless they're of advanced age. It's not going to happen.
Adam Schefter just put out this tweet that the Jacksonville Jaguars have reached out and contacted and are expected to interview Rory to be their alternate mascot. Leave us alone! Leave us alone!
Oh, Doug.
Let's go to Paul here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey. You know what? I am excited that this is all going on. I know it sounds like doom and gloom because we're going to lose all our people, but actually it's just exuding to the health of not only our coaching staff, but of our executive branch of this organization. It's invigorating. This is fantastic news. And then on top of it, Doug, if you don't let go of this a little bit, you're going to be robbed of the joy of us winning this Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's no doubt that I can completely ruin this thing, and I'm
Thank you for bringing that up.
The name that keeps coming up for the Jets GM is Mike Borgonzi from the Chiefs.
Take him.